All right, we'll be watching this person, Amy Fritz. She's a speech pathologist. I have been listening to her talk for about 20, maybe 30 minutes now. And I decided to hop on this live stream just very abruptly because I just want to go over the things that she's saying. That's literally it. I just want to go over and watch it with you all. Many of you have asked me to look into this case. This is the case of Athena Strand. She was murdered by a FedEx worker back in 2022. And so this is the trial. But what we're listening to right now seems to be the defense and a speech pathologist that is making what sounds like to me excuses for the killer. A lot of nonsense, in my opinion. But let's go ahead and listen.
Then is basically shouldn't have happened. And Mr. Horner's words were, "I'm sorry I took your little angel. She didn't deserve it. Y'all didn't deserve it." And then he goes on to talk about his own family and child not deserving it either. And then a desire to repair or make amends. And he explained his mental state. I think he got into that too much, and it sounds like an excuse. When you read the suicide letter, it also has falsehoods in it. He talks about the fact that there was a broken backup camera, which we know is not true. So I think he muddied the waters of this remorseful suicide note because he's not good at explaining his emotions in ways that are clear, uncomplicated, and done with regard for the person it's being written to. But he did say he's trying to ease their suffering with his death. And he said he signed off with love and sorrow and remorse. And I would consider this potentially lip service if any of this language was easy for Mr. Horner. I don't think it is for him to come up with these kinds of words. And more importantly, he thought he was going to die. He had a very serious suicide attempt. So I take it as genuine.
Well, Dr. Fritz, how do you reconcile that with all of the blatant lies that he told the detectives in the note that he wrote to them?
I think he was just grasping at straws. I really don't know what he was thinking.
But in the suicide note, based upon the criteria that you had spoken about regarding remorse, did his note meet all of those criteria?
It did.
I'll pass the witness.
Let's take a break, and we'll come back in at 2:30, okay? See you then.
Okay, they went on a break. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Welcome, everybody. Welcome so much to today's very last minute live stream. I had to hop on very just so abruptly because I was here editing a video for you all. And at the same time, I was listening to this go on. And I just could not believe what this lady, this speech pathologist, was saying. So I had to hop on. So many of you have asked me to look into this case, and I started looking into it. And everything that I have uncovered so far is so absolutely repulsive. It is so insane what this man did to this child. And I've watched some of his interrogation with the police, and everything that he says, obviously, at least to me, it seems like he knew exactly what he was doing. And so I was listening to this supposed, right? I mean, I'm sure she is, but she is a doctor of some sort, a speech pathologist, make up all kinds of excuses for this killer, saying all kinds of things. Oh, neurodivergency makes people do certain things, and oh, he might just not have the ability to create that type of speech. Excuse me. From everything I've seen so far, it seems like he was very well aware of what he was doing. He was a FedEx worker. He was fully employed. He knew what he was doing when he decided to drop off that package and then kidnap a 7-year-old. He knew exactly what he was doing. And so when I was listening to this nonsense just now, I just couldn't believe what I was listening to. And of course, this is an ongoing trial. We're watching it live right now. They just went on their break. So all of this is my opinion. Of course, this is an opinion. This is a reaction slash commentary slash deep dive rabbit hole channel. But I'm just giving my opinion here that I think the defense is really grasping at straws here. So far, what we have seen, the evidence that has been presented is very clear, very black and white. So far, what I've seen. And so now we have this lady, her name is Dr. whatever. I don't even remember her name. Um, Doctor, I don't know, whatever. But she is a speech pathologist, and she was talking about how this poor guy, oh, Tanner is the killer, how he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any different. And so I just thought that it was so insane, and I had to hop on. I just couldn't help it. How are you guys doing? How's everybody doing? I hate people who defend these creeps. Yes, I mean, that's part of the criminal justice system. I totally understand. We need, there's rules for this, but it's very clear. He abducted her. He took her away. He killed her. And there are so many videos, and I think that's what we're gonna do while they're on their break. I really just want to hang out with you guys today and watch this with you all. But I really do want to go over some of these videos that have been presented as evidence, and a lot of the videos that have been circulating around this case. Very clearly, we see that he kidnapped her. He took her. He dropped off a package and abducted this child. Comes back, and he's trying to drop off more packages as a FedEx driver, and he's being told, "Hey, you can't come through here. There has been a kidnapping." And you see his reaction. He's like, "Huh? Really? Oh my God, are you serious? Huh? Really? Are you serious?" Hmm? Very obvious. It's so creepy, the whole thing. The more I'm learning about this case, which of course, thank you all so much who recommended this, it is disgusting. There's so many things going on in the world right now, you guys. I know we're stuck on Watts Island, but oh my God, in just the past week, there have been so many atrocities committed that I don't even know. I don't even know what to talk about. I feel like I just need to be here the whole time talking about every single new murder that is popping up. Apparently, we're either in a trial or there's a new murder happening. Currently, we're seeing, if you guys don't know about that singer, David D4D or D4VD, whatever his name is. Terrible singer, by the way. I don't recommend you listen to his music. I've only been listening to it because I've been going down that rabbit hole as well. And I've been watching those music videos, and they are absolutely disgusting. I think I don't know. It's definitely a classic case of life imitates art, or in this case, art imitates life. And so I've been listening to his music, or actually his music videos. They're not good. I don't recommend. But even that, right? It's so crazy what's happening and everything that's being uncovered. There's also that family annihilation that we saw a few weeks ago. The father who killed 8 people. We're going through this trial right now, the killing of Athena Strand, a 7-year-old child, a girl who was kidnapped by a FedEx worker. The trial of Corey Richens just ended. I mean, it's nonstop. It's nonstop. I just can't deal with this. He killed her in the back of the FedEx van. Yes, and then there's videos of him cleaning out that FedEx van. Yeah, let's go ahead and watch some of this. I want to really familiarize myself with this case. I will admit I don't know all too much. I don't know all the details, right? I'm not that well versed on this case as I am with the Chris Watts case, but I do want to learn with it. I do want to learn about it with you all. And so while we wait for them to come back, while we wait for them to resume the trial, we're going to go ahead and just watch a few of the videos that I have been watching. So many of you have also been recommending a few videos as well to look into this case. And yeah, let's just go ahead and go down this rabbit hole. This is Athena Strand, a 7-year-old girl who was kidnapped and killed. Oh my goodness. But yeah, what is the world coming to, you guys? I mean, this is not new. It's a tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. This has always been happening. It's just, what are we going to do about it as a society? What are we going to do about it right now? And this is, I think this is what really bothered me the most. It's not even just hearing the defense. Obviously, there has to be a defense, but it's just that we're making excuses for something again, yet again. And even though I understand it's part of the criminal trial or the criminal process, it's just that every time that we see another annihilation or another killing of a child, we always want to understand the perpetrator. Why the hell do we care about the perpetrator? Why? It's just something that to me it just doesn't compute. Like, why do I don't care. He killed a child. Why? Oh, I don't know. He just his speech patterns. He doesn't know how to put speech together. So what? Why are we making up excuses? And that's just what bothers me. Even though I understand it. Okay, I do understand it. I understand we need a defense and we need a prosecution. I get it. Okay, and I understand we need to listen to both sides. But at the end of the day, this is a man, a not just a perpetrator. He is a predator. A predator. He preyed on an innocent victim, a child that can't defend themselves. There's really no excuse to be made. There's no excuse. He knew exactly what he was doing. He worked for FedEx. He knew how to clock into work. He knew how to clock out. Okay, he knew how to drive around and drop off packages. And we're making excuses. That's what I just can't stand. I just can't stand it. And I just need to go on a rant here because I was going crazy by myself editing this video, and I'm here like, what did she say? Oh my God. And I'm just here talking to my cats, and my cats are like, meow. And I'm like, yes, Gia, another murder. Can you believe it? And then I ask her, can we trade places, please? Can I just be a cat for a day? And she goes, and then runs away and hides. She's like, no, hell no. I'm not trading places with you. I know what it's like to be a human. I see it. You have to pay taxes. She looks at me and tells me, oh my God, I see the stress you go through every single day trying to pay bills, dealing with the news, dealing with society, dealing with all of this murder. And she's cool. She just lays down, she's sunbathing, getting her little belly warm. She's like, there's no way I'm trading spaces with you. No way. My cat is not trading places with me. She sees how stressful it is to be a human being. She's like, no thanks. No thanks. All right, guys. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and watch a few of this footage that we have from this man when he kidnapped a child, Athena Strand. This is insane, you guys. I can't believe this. It's constant. It's just nonstop. All right, so which video do we want to watch first? I know there's some of you are saying she was kidnapped in front of her house and then she was put in the FedEx truck. All right, let's go ahead and let's see. Let's see. What videos should we watch here? I'm trying to figure out which one we should watch. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm showing you. Okay. So there's this this is the video that I want to see with you all. He was delivering her a package of Barbie dolls. Yes, yes. Yes, it was the Christmas Barbie that was being delivered to her. And it was her Christmas present. And he saw her and he kidnapped her. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go ahead here. I'm just gonna look up a better way to familiarize ourselves with this case. For those of you who are new or who don't really know too much about this case, welcome, welcome. We are all learning here together. All right, see here. Let's just go ahead and pull up an article real quick, and then we'll go through some of the footage that we can watch together. But all right, so on April 7th, he pled guilty. So he's pleading guilty to the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand. And this is a capital murder trial, of course. So the death penalty is in play. So he could be facing the death penalty for what he did. Horner, so this is the guy, Tanner Horner, was accused of killing Strand in Wise County in November 30th of 2022. He was working as a FedEx delivery driver when he went to the girl's home to deliver a package containing a Christmas gift. Investigators say that Horner accidentally struck the child with his delivery truck while backing out of the driveway, even though we know that that ended up being a lie, right? He said that he had struck her with his delivery car, and then he freaked out. He didn't know what to do. You know, the classic lie, classic bullshit lie that these murderers come up with. Oh, I didn't know. I freaked out. I panicked. Except that turns out to be an absolute lie, right? Because we have footage of him um putting her in the car and she is alive. She is alive. She's even asking, "Are you a kidnapper? Are you a kidnapper?" So he lied about that. Authorities allege that Horner told investigators that Athena did not appear seriously injured, but said that he panicked. He placed her into his van and strangled her out of fear that she would tell her father what happened. Really. 2 days later, Athena's body was found about 9 miles away from her home, southeast of Boyd. Horner was indicted February 16th of 2023 for aggravated kidnapping and capital murder of a person under the age of 10. God, sick. Wise County District Attorney James Stainton previously said that he intended to seek the death penalty because that's what he deserves. Horner originally pleaded not guilty to aggravated kidnapping and capital murder in 2023. In the end, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of 2 counts, capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. And yeah, this is a 200-pound man and a 67-pound child. And it looks like the words that he said to her were, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." Very clearly, he knows what he's doing here, right? Again, we're watching a trial. It's active trial. This is just my opinion. But I mean, come on. How old is this man again? Do we know? 30 something, probably 31. I don't know. Please don't quote me on that. I don't know how old he is, but he's a grown man, okay? He's a grown man. He's telling her, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." So he knows that he's about to do something. He's giving her orders. He's threatening her. Very clearly, he knows what he's doing. The prosecutors argued that Horner's actions were premeditated because he ensured that he had the same FedEx truck each day. They also noted that Athena's body was found in water at Bobo Crossing in Wise County. And here it is, Horner's defense team. Let's see what the defense team is saying. Horner's defense team responded with their case, saying that the parents struggled with substance abuse. Horner's mother, they noted, also worked as a stripper until he was born. Oh my God. Oh, his mom was a stripper. How ridiculous. What the hell is this? The prosecution is saying that the parents struggled with, or sorry, not the prosecution, sorry. The defense. The defense is saying that, oh, his parents struggled with substance abuse. Oh, and his mom was a stripper. That's why he has these issues. That is so absurd. That is so ridiculous. They're obviously grasping at straws here. They're so desperate for, oh God, I hate this stupid ad up here. Let me go ahead and move it out of the way. They're so desperate for some type of reasoning, right? A reason why he murdered a 7-year-old. And of course, they're blaming it on the mother. They're blaming it on his mother. Of course, again, right? Classic case. Blame the acts of men on the women. Oh, it's the woman's fault. His mom was a stripper. She was making ends meet. She was working as a stripper, right? As a dancer, right? Which is, it's a job. You want to shame sex workers, go ahead. It's a job. It's a job. And I mean, she was making ends meet, but of course, here we go again. We are shaming the mom because she's a stripper. And now they're trying to blame the woman, the mother who is a stripper, on why her son grew up to become a psychopath that kills children. There's no correlation there. I'm sorry, but there's no correlation. None whatsoever. Zero correlation between having a mother who is, I'm not even going to say stripping is not even really sex work, right? Like you're dancing. It's dancing. You're dancing on the stripper pole, right? You're twirling. If anything, I would argue that you need to be very physically fit to be a stripper. Have you tried stripping? Have you tried dancing on a pole before? It's hard. It's really, really hard. It's really hard to hold yourself up that high for that long, spinning and doing all kinds of flips. Yeah, it takes a lot of core strength, and you have to be very physically fit, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to be able to do this. So if anything, I would call strippers performers. That's what I would call them. She's a performer. She's a performer, she's an entertainer, no different than what I'm doing right now. Of course, I'm not hanging from a stripper pole right now, but I am talking and I am entertaining. And so, in my opinion, it's very similar to just blaming it. Oh, it's just because the mom's a stripper. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Now, they say that he also lives with autism and he has a history of mental illness. Lacked access to services until he was 18 years old. Horner also was reportedly exposed to high lead levels. Who hasn't been? Who hasn't been? I've been exposed to so much lead in my lifetime. I've been in 2 military branches, both of them. I was in the Marines and the Coast Guard. In both branches, I was exposed to a lot of lead. Not just lead, I was also exposed to asbestos for years, actually. For years, my building had asbestos. And the building that I worked at when I was in the Coast Guard also had tons of lead because the paint that they used was paint that they used in during World War II, so in the 1940s. And that paint had a lot of lead. And so the building that I worked in for almost 2 years had lead paint. I was inhaling old, right? Old, dusty lead paint. Now, how much lead do you apparently have to ingest or consume to go around murdering 7-year-old children? Again, this is such a ridiculous defense. Oh, he ingested high lead levels. That is absurd. It is scary. It's very scary, Tootsie Pop. It comes with the service, it comes with the service. Uh, Serving in the military comes with its risks. Even if you don't deploy, even if you don't fight actively in a war, there are still so many risks. Even now, we're still talking about the veterans that had to ingest or they inhaled a lot of fumes from those burn pits in Afghanistan, if we know what we're talking about. Veteran or not veterans, military service members were asked to get rid of, just like, everyday things. A monitor, get rid of tires, get rid of trash, right? Get rid of all this trash, throw it into a small pit and light it on fire. Well, inhaling all of those chemicals from these things that you're burning is going to cause cancer. And so now we have a lot of military members, a lot of veterans that ended up with cancer because of these burn pits. So there's always a risk when you join the military, always. And here what we're seeing is that they're using high lead levels as an excuse on top of other nonsense, right? Struggled with substance abuse. I mean, come on. Come on. I think, it's just, again, it's grasping at straws here. They're just desperate for any kind of excuse. The defense also claimed that Horner was expected to push through to succeed, but did not. What? They also asked the jury to fully consider the evidence and asked for a life sentence without parole. He was expected to push through to succeed, but did not. Uh, who hasn't? Again, who hasn't? What is this? Have they not met anybody in this community? Have they not met any normal person who has been through trauma in their life? Not every single person who's been through trauma becomes a murderer. How many kids were asked to push through to succeed? I don't know. Isn't that everybody? Again, I'm only talking about my own life experience because that's what I know right now to say that I was also asked to push through. My mom, my dad, they both pushed me. And again, how many people get pushed to succeed? But how many of us become killers? How many of us deliver packages or do DoorDash and then see a child and we're like, "Oh, I think I'm going to kidnap them." It's just ridiculous. It's just such a ridiculous excuse. Okay, so we're already seeing these excuses being made up already, yet again, right? Typical. A teacher opens up. Let's go ahead and read this. The first witness called was one of Athena's elementary school teachers, Lindsay Thompson. Thompson shared that she adored Strand, who loved drawing, writing, and coloring. Someone Thompson said was a typical 7-year-old girl, a true gem, who was always smiling. Of course, she's a kid. She's a 7-year-old. Of course, she's smiling. She's always happy. Thompson said Athena would speak her mind and stand up for herself. Yeah. From what we know, right? She was a child. She was happy. She was, just living her life. Nothing. No one would think that she was going to be kidnapped, abducted from her house. The prosecution asked Thompson about the last time she saw Athena in November of 2022. Thompson recalled that her students, including Athena, were excited for Thanksgiving. and getting ready for the school Christmas program. She also discussed Athena's final journey entry for class, which she read the day after she was found. Okay. Thompson said Athena's entry was about being safe and staying away from strangers. It was part of the Red Robin Week activity focused on safety. The entry included an illustration she had colored. Thompson recalled that after the girl had a rough day with listening, which was discussed in a note to her parents, that she said, "I love you, and we will have a better day tomorrow." "Did you have a tomorrow?" the prosecution asked. "No," Thompson responded emotionally. "I did not." Here she is. This is the teacher, Lindsay Thompson. Whew. This is so tragic. How how do we protect our kids if oh my god. You can't even trust a FedEx driver to drop off your package. Oh, this is so incredibly just disappointing in so many levels. It's just constant disappointment. That's all I'm seeing lately. Man. But let's go ahead. I now we have a little background of what happened. So let's go ahead and watch one of the footage, right? The footage of the FedEx, the truck when he puts her in. And that is basically what confirmed that he was lying, that he didn't accidentally run her over and then freaked out. This was premeditated. He knew what he was doing. He would drive his same truck every single time. So this was premeditated over a long period of time, over an extended period of time. He had probably seen her and he knew that he was going to do these things. So there's premeditation, very clearly premeditation. Exactly. Yes, Tootsie. Yes, they do have to defend him, of course, according to the law. Yes, I know. I know. I know. That's just where I have a lot of my complaints. It's just like, why does the law work this way? When very clearly this guy is so guilty. But I understand everybody gets, they have their right to fair trial, of course. A trial that Chris Watts never got. Man. Oh.
Today,
All right, let's go ahead and watch this footage here. I'm just gonna go ahead and fast forward if we have it. All right, here it is. All right, perfect. This is it. All right. So we're gonna watch this footage together, and this is the one where we see her get in the truck and she's very clearly alive, and so this is the lie that he was telling. Let me go ahead and move my face out of the way. I'm sure you guys are like, oh my god. Can I please see? Yes. All right, there you go. All right, and this is from Law and Crime. This is from Law and Crime here, so we'll be watching this.
Right, and I'm gonna stop her right here for a moment. Now, Mr. Huffman, when Mr. Horner pulled into the driveway, the lights are on at the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are cars in the driveway.
Yes,
So just looking at the house, there's an indication that somebody's actually home.
that's correct.
And there are dogs out in the front yard?
Yes,
Okay, and I believe you testified that your kids were out there playing?
yes.
Where was your wife at the time?
She was in the house with me.
So you can see the kids are playing in the back, and Mr. Horner still has his seatbelt fastened, does he not?
Yes,
He rolls down his window and he asks to speak to one of the adults, correct?
yes,
And tells you that, or says that it's a Christmas time precaution, right?
yes.
All right, so he stayed in the van until it appears that he had received some indication that it was okay to get out of the van, right?
What it looks like, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure, Kevin. I'm actually sure with this person.
Now, Mr. Huffman, I'm going to stop for a moment. Can I approach the screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huffman, I have one question. Who is this in the white right here in the background? I assume this is your daughter right here.
That's one of my, that's my youngest daughter in the Ford, closer
And
one.
in the background, is that your wife?
To be honest, I can't tell from here.
Do you need to walk around and look at
I
it?
may have to.
You know what, I'll play it and I'll get us to a better spot. And the person in the background goes into the house.
Okay, that is my wife
So
there, in front of the door.
Okay, so when Mr. Horner arrived, your wife was outside as well.
Yes. We both came out.
When he got out of the truck, he told your wife or told people that were outside that, you know, it was a Christmas time precaution because he had accidentally spoiled a kid's Christmas the other day. Is that what he had said?
I believe that's the gist of it, yeah.
And all the time that he's sitting in the truck, your wife is still outside with the kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your wife goes into the house. And is that you that immediately came out of the house?
That is me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Look at him. This is... Ooh. He waited for the perfect opportunity. Thank you so much for correcting me, Tootsie Pop. Yeah, he didn't work for FedEx directly, so he wasn't employed. He wasn't employed by FedEx. He was a contractor. So he was employed by a contractor and working for FedEx, but he wasn't a FedEx employee. This is so creepy.
Mr. Horner is getting the package out and delivering it to the front. You didn't have any concerns for your safety, did you?
No,
You didn't have any concerns for the safety of your wife?
not at that time.
Didn't have any concerns for the safety of your children?
No,
In fact, Mr. Horner was behaving like your typical delivery driver, correct?
well, I would say a little better than the prior one.
A little better than the prior delivery
Yes.
driver? But he was polite,
Yes,
and he was courteous, and he engaged in small talk.
What world are we living in where we can't even trust our delivery drivers? We can't even trust FedEx or Amazon or Uber. We can't trust anybody. This makes me so upset. You have no idea. Even the question was asked, were you afraid? Were you afraid at all? Did you fear for your life when this guy dropped off the package? He's like, "No, of course not. He's a FedEx driver. He's just delivering packages." Of course, because why we shouldn't be afraid of a FedEx effing driver. But here we are. Here we are. Here we are talking about a FedEx guy, right? A contractor who delivered a package, saw a little girl, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna kidnap her in the future." And again, a tale as old as time. It's not the first time it has happened. In fact, one of the more traumatic cases that I ever read about was when I was younger. And some of you might know about this. It is the case of Samantha Runyon, the 5-year-old girl who was also kidnapped from her house. She was tricked by the disgusting piece of shit who saw her playing in the front yard, and then he tricked her by asking her to help him find his dog. He lied to her and he told her that he lost his puppy. And he then abducted the 5-year-old girl, a child, a baby, and killed her. Not before torturing her, of course. It was one of the worst cases that I have ever read in my entire life up until that point. And then, of course, we know everything about Chris Watts. And then it seems that every single time that there's another case, it's more brutal than the previous one. But that was one of the worst cases that I had read. It's one that I still think about even to this day, how this disgusting man just saw a child and was like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm just going to kidnap them and I'm going to kill her." What goes through their brains? What the hell is in the brains of these people? Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. It's not the first time that we see a child kidnapping. Mm. Was just thinking of DoorDash, going to quit coming to the door and just, yes. Oh my God, ratified. Yes. Oh, I know what you're talking about, girl, because I do the same. Right. As you guys know, I deliver DoorDash. I did Grubhub for a little while. I did not like it. But even when I do DoorDash by myself, and I do have certain times that I do it because it's when I feel the safest. But yeah, you're always having to be on guard, always looking behind your back, looking over. I mean, when you're delivering stuff, you always have to watch out for dogs as well, but you're always on edge. At least that's how it is in my experience, that's how it is in the experience of a lot of women delivery drivers or women Uber drivers. We have to be very vigilant of our surroundings. And so, yeah, even when it comes to DoorDash, I'm always watching my surroundings. And I always make sure to have a camera on me. So if you're a DoorDash delivery driver, make sure that you have a camera on you. I have a GoPro with me wherever I go, whenever I'm delivering, because I want to make sure that if anything happens, I have it on video. It's crazy. God. Everyone should have a door cam and not just open the door for strangers. Yeah. Yeah, just tell them to leave it on the front door. Yeah. And this goes both ways, right? This goes both ways. This goes both ways. As a DoorDash delivery driver, you have to be safe, and as someone receiving the food, don't just open the door for a stranger. Of course not. They talk about the recording. Oh, awesome. Okay. Thank you, Tootsie.
And he's sitting there.
All right. Thanks, Tootsie. Yeah, we'll go ahead and watch that one next, right after. Yeah, we'll finish this one. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's go ahead and finish watching this creepy recording.
With you and your family,
Right?
but nothing that would give you pause.
No, ma'am.
Nothing that would make you get on your dispatcher and call sheriff.
No,
And nothing that would make you call dispatch.
no.
All right, so
There's 15 stops today, not too bad.
and Mr. Horner had just stated that 115 stops today. Did you hear that?
I didn't catch it, I'm sorry.
Okay. So Mr. Horner did say that there were 115 stops that day, not too bad. And during this time period, you can see yourself walking back out of the house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're walking towards the back of the truck,
Correct.
and Mr. Horner's putting on a seatbelt.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Was he about to drive off with the thing open? Look at this guy. Wow. What a mess. Ugh, what a sick. Ugh. He was so concerned with the girl that he didn't even remember to close the back thing of his truck. It was wide open.
Mr. Huffman, the only other question I had about the package was the package clearly marked what the contents were?
I want to say it was, but I don't recall. It's been too long.
Okay. If it had been clearly marked and somebody just delivered it, you would agree with me that there was the possibility that if it had been a surprise, that surprise could have been spoiled?
If it had been, I think so, yes, but it wasn't.
Your Honor, call the witness.
Redirect. Within 24 hours of that video,
Blech. Here he is. This is the disgusting psychopath that pled guilty to murdering a 7-year-old girl. Here he is. He looks very normal to me.
Athena's been kidnapped and murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Ms. Anderson, ask you if you felt the need to call the police or dispatch, and he
If anything, he's more normal than Chris Watts. He decided to shave his full head. Chris Watts is still holding on to the little 2 strands of fur that he has stuck on his temple. He's like, oh no, I can make it work. It's okay. It's okay. Meanwhile, it's like it's fully gone and he still thinks he can preserve it. Yeah, if anything, I think this guy's way more sane.
was there 24 hours before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, knowing what you know now, that 24 hours later, he kidnapped and murdered a child the same age as yours, would you still have that feeling with him being on your property at this time?
Well, no.
And what would you do in response?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect, Ms. Anderson.
Yes, but at the time, you didn't.
All right, let's go ahead and watch this other video. Okay. So this is the jury watches the video of Athena Strand's abducting. All right, so we're gonna watch the actual video of the abducting. All right, let's go ahead and wait. Is this it? Sorry, is this it, Tootsie? Or just want to make sure. It does say graphic content at the top, but I do only see this lady kind of here just like talking.
The most emotional and heart-wrenching things I've ever heard in a courtroom. And the family did leave. The mom and father and some of the family members left and did not listen to it. And then the judge also asked the gallery if anybody cannot make it through the next, through this entire video, then you may want to go ahead and leave right now, because he warned everyone. And it is, you basically hear Tanner Horner torturing this little girl. We still have 30 more minutes of this video before they broke for lunch. And the judge told us there's still another 30 more minutes of graphic video, but you see them first walk up to the vehicle. She's following him into the van, and then he lifts her up and puts her in the van, and she's saying, where are we going? And Terry, I'm gonna let you also kind of talk to what you saw. Mhm.
Hey, we're struggling to hear Terry. Is there a little bit something wrong with her audio?
No, it might just be because we're sharing our ear pods. Can you not hear?
No, I can't.
Okay, let me take. Okay, let me just see if that. Can you hear her now, Tanya? Okay. Tanya, sorry, we're having some difficulty here. We're gonna take off the ear pods, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the folks. This is the
There we go.
reality of technology. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear us now, Tanya?
Yes. Go ahead.
Of course, the story that he.
Uh,
Oh man.
you guys are still cutting out. I feel like we gotta.
Drive around for a while. She keeps saying, "Where are you going?" And then he stops the vehicle, and that's really gets very graphic. Tanya, at one point, he tells her to take off her shirt, and she says, "Why?" And he says, uh, he doesn't really answer that. You can't really hear what he says, but then she says, "My mom says somebody shouldn't be doing this to me, and you shouldn't be doing this to me."
Right, yeah. My mom said, I can't do this to other people, and you can't do it to me either. So, what I think is interesting is that the state spent a lot of time yesterday proving up that DNA evidence, or trying to bring that in. And I think it's going to be very clear that there was some very sexual deviant things going on. Of course, by this point, we can't see, we can only hear what is going on. But she asks him several times, "What are you doing?" The poor child says, "Ouch, ouch, ouch," multiple times. Asks him again, "What are you doing?" The point being,
I don't think I can handle this. I don't know. This is Oh my god. The description is horrific. We don't have footage, thank God. We don't have any of the footage. But even just describing it is I don't know, I don't even think I can hear any more of this. Um wow.
is that we still have 30 minutes left of this audio, and this is about a year, an hour's worth
Yeah.
of torture that he has put her through. It's shocking because it gets quiet,
Uh-huh.
and then we all assume that because you can hear the struggle, and we
You hear
all
her
assume,
crying.
yes, and we can all assume that she's passed, and then all of a sudden we'll hear her gasp, and we'll hear her cry, and we'll hear her moan, and then it'll get quiet.
And then he'll pull over, like he at one point he does take off and then he hears her, so he pulls over and then Tanya, you hear stomping or
Yes.
slamming, like he's trying to, hurt her more. And then he takes off. And then the most eerie thing is at one point Jingle Bell Rock comes on, because remember this is around Christmas, and she is crying. She is, you can hear her crying, and he's just singing. He starts singing Jingle Bell Rock, and then she's crying. Goes, shut up. He tells her multiple times, shut up. If you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Yeah.
You need to shut up. I mean, he tells her to shut up several times.
What's eerie is that he turns on his flashers, and it's a FedEx truck. How many times have we driven by FedEx trucks, right, in our own neighborhoods? Well, he's turned on his flashers, and you can hear traffic pass by them. And I'm thinking those drivers had no idea what horror was going on in that van. It's just, it's
It's
unlike any, and the jury,
oh.
they're not only crying, they are sobbing. Some of them are sobbing.
And they're glaring at him, and he's sitting there. At one point he's just like this, holding his hands to his face, and he's just looking down. I mean, I don't know, Terry. I don't know how the defense gets past this. I mean, those jurors were very emotional.
Ah, that jury. That poor jury having to listen and watch for an hour? My understanding was that oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, my understanding was different. I thought that he had kidnapped her and then he took her somewhere. I didn't know that he murdered her in the FedEx van. I didn't know that he murdered her in the FedEx van. I am at a loss for words. I'm mm, this is hard. This is really, really hard. This is evil. How can you do that to a 7-year-old girl? This is so crazy. And the thing is that we have footage of him just he shows no remorse whatsoever. Zero remorse. He started singing Jingle Bell Rock as if something, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just another Wednesday." Meanwhile, there's a child in the back of his truck that he tortured. I had no idea he had tortured her in the truck. Oh my goodness. He's a monster. You guys, this is evil. We are all too familiar with evil on this channel. Chris Watts is an evil monster. This is reprehensible. The little girl, right? Athena, she knew that what was happening was wrong. Her parents taught her really well, right? Her parents taught her stranger danger. It's something that all of us are taught as children. Stranger danger. Say no to a stranger. Don't ever get into a car with a stranger. Don't take candy from a stranger. Don't let strangers touch you, right? Everyone gets told these things when we're kids. And she knew this. She's like, no, no. It takes a special piece of shit, a special type of disgusting, despicable monster to see an innocent child, someone vulnerable like a 7-year-old girl, and do these things. What in the world? This is gross. Everyone please stay safe. This is stay safe. I I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I have so many thoughts in my mind right now, especially we just watched the video of right? We just watched this video
Mr. Huffman, during this time.
and dad is saying, "No, I didn't think anything of it." Again, no one suspects these things. And that's the thing. We don't suspect that someone is going to drop something off and kidnapped our child that is hanging out with us. No one thinks that, especially when you're living at home. You're there with your kid, and somebody kidnaps them while you're there. You take your eyes off your child literally for 2 seconds, and there's already a predator that has set their eyes on their prey. That is disgusting. Throw the book at him. Put him under the prison. This guy deserves more. More. I can't really say what he deserves on this platform, but put him under the prison. The death penalty is not enough for someone like this. He's a danger. He's a danger to society. He's evil. He feels no remorse. He has no empathy. He is a cold-blooded psychopath. And he deserves everything that is coming to him.
Well, I think the part of the mitigating evidence that the defense is going to try to bring in, I don't know how it can negate the decisions that this man clearly made, because at first, it was questionable whether or not he had hurt her, so he put her in the van and, didn't know what to do, and he was confused and he made bad decisions. No, it's very calculated, and he definitely used this child for some kind of sexual gratification.
He did.
And
You can hear that. You can hear it. You can hear it on the audio.
yes, even though there wasn't an accusation in the indictment, it is clear that there was something sexual going on. Plus, we also know that there was DNA found on her body. And so I think that it's going
Burn him at the stake. Oh my God. What a sick fuck. What a pervert. Oh my goodness. I wish we had a different system for the way that we punish these types of people. I really wish that there was a system of the most vile of humans, right? The most vile, disgusting people that prey on children, they deserve to be at the very bottom. It should be like a caste system. At the very, very bottom. You are trash. You are at the very bottom. You deserve no mercy whatsoever. And then we should just throw them into general population. And then have them fend for themselves. You defend yourselves however you want, but everyone in the prison knows what you have done. And so now you have to defend yourself. But instead, what the criminal justice system seems to do is we protect them. He is a child. I'm not even going to say it. We know what he is. And as we know, in many prisons, they get separated. Why? Because they need to be protected, right? When they need to be protected. And so they're going to separate him into the group of the other disgusting pieces of shit. And that is where he's going to live. He's going to be protected in that little space. He will never be allowed to go out into general population. The other inmates who don't tolerate crime against children. The way that we should do criminal justice especially for crimes against children, is just to throw them out into the general population. I don't know why we protect these people. Throw them out into Gen Pop. If they survive, then they survive. That should be the way we do things. This is hard to hear. This is so, so hard to hear. And I will say the Chris Watts case is so much easier for me to cover because we're able to roast him. We're able to roast Nicole Kessinger. We're able to roast Kevin Kovac even, right? But something as disgusting as this, there's no joke. You're watching evil, true evil, and obviously Chris Watts is true evil too. But it's just so different because with the Chris Watts case, we can talk and we can speculate on everything that happened, but then we see the idiot that committed it, and then we see everything and all the fumbles and everything that followed. And so we're able to talk about that case a lot easier. Whereas when we're talking about this, when there is abuse of a child in this manner, it crosses a certain level of just it's just too disgusting that it's just so hard for me to cover in the way that I do Chris Watts. I can't. I can't cover it like that. This is just too gross. Even just listening to them describe what happened, she's saying, "You can hear it. You can hear it." I don't even wanna think about that. I don't wanna think about hearing anything. This is too grotesque. It's too gruesome, disgusting, despicable. I don't have the words to describe how gross this is. But I'm glad that you guys are here to with me and that we're all going through this together. This is a hard one, guys. I know that some of you have requested it and we're watching it because it's ongoing, right? It's one of the things that is ongoing. Oh, look, it's still live, but they're still on break. Um it's one of the ones that is ongoing, and so I know that we do have to talk about it. But it is, yes. V-dub. I don't know why every time I see your name, it's just so hard for me to say it for some reason. I wanna say V-dub beep. V-dub, right? V-dub. V-dub beep. Yes, it's triggering for sure. It's too triggering. Like, there's just really no commentary other than I'm grossed out by everything that I'm learning. So, sorry, guys. I'm really sorry if I'm not really giving you that much commentary. I'm just really triggered. I'm really disgusted. I can't believe that this is happening. I can't believe it happened. So you're just kind of getting my reaction, honest reaction as we're watching this together and we're all cringing together.
Going to be very difficult for any defense expert to come in with mitigating evidence, whether it's because he grew up with a lot of trauma, he was an fetal alcohol syndrome, or whatever the case may be, because his mother drank when he was in the womb, whether he has autism, whether he has multiple personality disorder, which they now call really something completely different, or whether he's a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't think that a defense expert can.
I hate when they bring in the autism defense. I hate it. I cannot stand it. That is just my honest opinion. I can't stand when they bring in autism. Come on. How many people have autism and they don't commit these atrocious murders? Yeah, exactly. It pisses me off. Oh my goodness. You have no idea. Trying to blame it on autism. They blame it on everything under the sun except the individual himself. He is not a victim. Exactly, liberal cat lady. Not a victim. No one survives this world without trauma, but not all of us become disgusting child killers. So it's just so annoying. It gets on my nerves so much that autism, apparently autism is just the new thing that you blame it on. It's a new scapegoat. Oh, you have autism? Oh my god. Come on. They were talking about neurodivergency earlier. The lady, the doctor, the speech pathologist. She was talking about how he's neurodivergent. There's so many of us that are neurodivergent. And again, we don't go around committing these atrocious, disgusting crimes. We don't murder people. We don't premeditate the kidnapping and abduction of a child for our own disgusting gratification. That is gross. So there is no justification. I don't. Ugh. Autism. Really? Autism? I'm so glad I'm not the only one pissed off at the fact that they are always blaming, or, not always, but the defense is coming up with autism as a reason for him murdering. Come on. This is absurd. Autism doesn't make you murderer. Yeah, is that exactly, McRuly? Autism doesn't make you a rapist or a murderer. Come on. Yeah, yes. Always looking for illnesses. I'm so annoyed about the Epstein characters. Always looking for some type of justification. Oh, you're so evil? Oh, it's because you're autistic. No, there is no correlation between autism and being an evil POS. There isn't.
Change the way this trial is going to go. And that is coming from just watching this jury and hearing for ourselves what he put her through.
Wow. It's so haunting, Tanya, because when he's walking her to the van, I can't hear what they're talking. And by the way, he does drop off the Barbies first, and then he drops off the package, and then you see him. And when he first pulls over, you see him kind of looking around, almost like he does scope her out, like he sees her. You can't really see her at that point, but then you see her following him, and then him hoisting her up into that truck, and then into the van. And then, she's asking, where are we going? Like she's going, initially she's just wondering, like, where are we going?
Right.
And like, no big deal at first. But then she realizes at some point that something's wrong.
Well, and you want to talk about calculated and premeditated. There are two cameras on this FedEx van. There is a dash cam, which is very similar to a police dash cam, where it projects out in front of the van. He covered that up immediately. That we never saw any video from that once he got to Athena's house. Then after he brought her into the van, brought her into that area, we've seen the picture of her standing there while he's driving. At that point, shortly thereafter, he covers that camera.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's interesting is, Rebecca, you remember he walked around that van and he looked into the passenger side window like he was scoping out the cameras. So it's totally premeditated. It's totally premeditated. This is not some person who freaked out and made bad decisions. To me, it looks very premeditated.
And we certainly don't see some alter ego.
Yeah, to her and to everyone else that has eyeballs. If you have eyeballs, all right, if you got eyeballs, they look like these. Except you can actually see out of them, right? If you have these globes in your face, you can see that this guy was premeditating this murder. The guy was very clearly looking around at the camera. Oh, there's a camera there. There's a camera there. I got to make sure not to be seen. He's freaking out. He's looking around. Very clearly, he's covering his bases. Very, very clearly. So premeditated. In her eyes, in my eyes, and I'm sure in the eyes of everybody in the chat, everyone watching right now. I think we all know. And he pled guilty. He pled guilty. There's footage, everything. It's obvious he did it. But I guess what is being debated right now, right, or what is being argued in trial is that he has a mental illness. And so because this is a capital murder trial, the defense is fighting for something else other than the death penalty, because they're trying to make it seem or they're trying to blame the reason on something other than the individual himself, whether it's autism. Now they're talking about fetal alcohol syndrome. His mom drank in the womb, which of course, if you're pregnant, you shouldn't be drinking, right? Like, come on. But again, that is no reason to annihilate people. There's no reason to kill people. And very clearly, I don't think that the fetal alcohol syndrome prevented him from being a functioning adult. He knew what he was doing again. That's the thing here, is that he knew exactly what he was doing. And there is no excuse. There is no excuse. But as we know, the defense has to make the jury feel some type of sympathy for him or empathy. Oh, he's a human being too. Oh, he's gone through some stuff. Oh, he has trauma. Did you not know? Oh, his mom drank in the womb. Oh, he has issues. Who doesn't? Not everyone wakes up one day and looks at a child and says, I'm going to do that to them. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. And please, I know I'm very redundant right now. I have nothing really to say, you guys. If I'm being very redundant and I'm just repeating myself, it's because I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. And because I'm going through it with you all, I'm learning about this case in real time, and I'm listening to this for the first time ever. And my brain is kind of just processing in real time. So I apologize if I don't have any insightful commentary or any jokes and stuff like that. I'm really just glad that we're all talking about it and discussing this case, and that we're not going crazy ourselves in our own homes and in our own heads, thinking about how brutal people can be to one another. Let's continue.
Ego come out while he is doing this to Athena.
Right.
It is very deliberate, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, he's tortured her. He tortured her. And, they claim in the indictment that she could have died by suffocation, strangulation, or blunt force trauma to the head, stomping. We heard it. And she's still alive. She's still alive.
She's still alive. And we again, the judge says there's still 30 more minutes. So we know from the opening statements that the prosecutor says you hear him over and over and over and over again attempting to kill her and choke her and take her life. And that's what we are hearing, because just as we think, she's passed away, you hear her gasping and crying and screaming, moaning. And it is awful time.
And the defendant's face is this far from the defense table. I mean, he is leaning over with his face just inches away from that table. And you know what I thought? This is just my impression, is that the audio is playing. There's no video but it's video in his head.
Oh, yeah.
He is seeing all of that in his head. But again, a person, he is totally competent. There's no issue about competency. This man knows exactly what is going on, and he's not just out of it. He knows what's happening. He knows what he did. He's singing Jingle Bell Rock with a child screaming in the back of the van.
That was the word, because I mean, the whole thing is terrible. But when the Jingle Bell Rock comes on, and she's screaming the entire time, and then he starts singing over her screaming, and then keeps telling her shut up, while Jingle Bell Rock is playing, and he's singing like nothing's happened. It is the most awful thing I've ever heard in a courtroom.
And I have to say, just as we're watching different actors in the courtroom, we clearly saw the emotions from the jury, and they're taking notes as well. Some of them are taking notes, but there was emotion from both sides of the table. The prosecutors were emotional, the defense attorneys were emotional. This is not easy for either side. And I know that I'm thinking that Tanner has, according to testimony, attempted suicide several times in his life. And I'm as Rebecca said, it makes you wonder, this is in the courtroom, it makes you wonder if the defense wouldn't just rest after this, because it's just so bad. However, those defense attorneys have a job that they have to do, and I admire them. It's hard. They're going to do their job, but I would not be surprised if he didn't say, I'm done. I mean, if he's truly someone who is remorseful or regrets what he did, and he's already been suicidal in the past, it makes me wonder if he would tell his lawyers, I'm done. But I know that they will continue with their case and bringing their experts, because that is what they're required to do. But it's not easy on them.
It's not easy on them. I mean, I understand. Yeah, they do have a job to do. They do have a job to do. They are defense attorneys for a reason. We still need defense attorneys. Criminals still need defense attorneys. People still need to be proven guilty in the court of law. And so yeah, I understand it, but my goodness, could you imagine being a decent individual and having to defend this piece of shit? How do you do that? How do you do that? You have a job. I would quit. To be completely honest, I'd be like, you know what? No, it's okay. I'm just gonna go back to retail. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to working at Lowe's. It's okay. I'll definitely wipe down the sinks. I'll make sure that the rats aren't eating all of our, you know, whatever fertilizer or whatever the rats are eating at Lowe's and the Home Depot. I'd rather do that than have to defend a disgusting piece of crap like that, like this thing. I'm not even going to say his name. Whatever the guy's name is, okay? I'm not even going to say his name, but I would not do it. And that's just me. Of course, I'm not a defense attorney, right? I'm not a defense attorney. But I could not do it. I really couldn't. How can you do this and go and, get your paycheck and then go home, sleep at night, knowing that you are working so diligently to make that piece of crap look like he's mental? Oh, he couldn't control himself. Oh, don't give him the maximum sentence. He doesn't deserve that. How do you do that? It's weird. I don't know how they do that. I couldn't do it. Whatever. I'll go work at McDonald's. I'll go flip some burgers or something. There's no way I would ever defend a disgusting piece of crap like that. But yeah, the interesting part, they did say that they're bringing in their experts, right? We're still waiting. So it looks like in another hour and a half, that's when they're coming back. They took a little break. So we have another hour and a half until they come back. But yeah, they have their expert right now. And the expert in this case is a speech pathologist. I'm not sure what her name is, but this speech pathologist was the one that the defense brought in to talk about how, fuckface, that's what I'm gonna call him. His name is Fuckface. How he is, I don't know, he has issues. He's neurodivergent. I've dropped the F bomb now more times than in my entire time that I've been doing YouTube, which is 8 months. I've been doing YouTube for 8 months. Not once have I ever dropped the F bomb in any of my videos or any of my live streams. And here we are. It happened. Because this is just, it's so disgusting. I have no other ways to describe it except by using the F bomb. So, sorry to everyone. Everyone who's not used to hearing me use profanity this way, but it's just, I just can't handle it. I just can't handle it. I'm sorry, I just can't handle it. This is just too gross.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I cannot imagine what it was like for you and everybody else in that courtroom that heard that. Just listening to you describe it, I personally feel physically ill. I don't know if Jingle Bell Rock will ever be the same again.
Right.
No.
And so I am horrified, and thank you for telling us about it and explaining it to people. And Keith, do you have anything you want to add?
Probably a lot. I mean, wow. I think the thing that really, as Rebecca and Terry were describing it, the questions that she asked, hey, where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean, so it's the stranger danger, what we teach our kids. She's processing all this. Unfortunately, it's too late because she's already in the van. But for
My God, yes. Is it so crazy? He literally just, he said what I just had said a few moments ago. She's processing things that she was taught. Unfortunately, it was too late. She was processing it at that moment. Oh, this isn't right. But it's so crazy, right? That she knew. The child, a 7-year-old, knew that what was happening was wrong. She was processing it at that moment in real time. And it was too late because a grown man had already set his eyes on his prey, a child. Wow. Wow.
that to happen, and I could only imagine as the realizations coming to her, like how crazy that is. But I tell you what, his
that
response
is
when y'all were
so crazy. This guy is taking the words right out of my mouth. It's crazy. That's how I'm seeing this. It's so crazy how this happened. She's 7 years old. She's so smart. She knows that what's happening is wrong. And it's so crazy that it happened. And she's trying to tell the perpetrator, right, this evil monster, hey, what you're doing isn't right, right? The 7-year-old telling the grown-ass man, what you're doing isn't right. Can you imagine? Could you imagine? I am baffled. This case is so I can't. Hi, Connie. I know you guys. I know. I'm very nervous about watching this. We must protect our children. Yes, yes. And I know and this is the thing, right? When I ask you guys what other cases we want to talk about, because I do want to talk about other cases, of course, right? There's so many psychopaths that we can talk about. But I do also understand that the reason that many of you come to my channel is so that you can get some laughs, right? We are digesting very disgusting, topics. That's what we're talking about, and but we do it, using humor, using satire, and so it's easier to digest, and so I understand that that's why you guys come to my channel, right? So that we can discuss it, so that we can roast the perpetrators, and so I know it's very different to hop onto one of these live streams because we're talking about it's just different, right? It's still a very gruesome case, just as Chris Watts' case, of course, but it's just different. And yeah, I'm having trouble really giving any commentary, the type that you guys are used to because I can't. I can't. I can't give you that type of commentary because he is, I mean, this is it's just too much. It's too much and it's happening. It's currently unfolding and so it's yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I am human, and so I'm just digesting it in my own way. I'm processing it in my own way as well and I'm just again, all I can say is I'm glad that we're here together. As hard as it is something that we still have to talk about, even if there's no satire to come with it. It's still very important to talk about, and as difficult as it is, at least we're in this together. I can say because I mean, the reason I hopped on in the first place was because I was listening to this by myself and I was having physical reactions by myself. I'm here editing and I couldn't handle it. And if I'm wanting to talk about this case like many of you are requesting, I have to listen to it. I just couldn't do it by myself. And so I feel like I needed company. So that's why you guys are here. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for recommending or wanting us to talk about this case as well.
Describing that of how he says, well, but I did this because you're pretty, you know that, right? Oh my goodness. If the jury isn't livid at that point, I mean, and the prosecution, I think with the DNA, we wondered, well, is it really, does it show something? And now we totally know why they put all that stuff in and what was going on. And Terry, you explained it well, like regarding just what was going on, the play-by-play kind of what she's saying, what he's doing, and everything. So
Right. Immediately after he says to her, "Take your shirt off," and she went, "Why?"
She tells him no. I mean, she
Yeah.
says she does what her mom has told her to do. No, my mom says you're not supposed to be doing this to me.
Yeah, and then she asked him several times, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Well, as adults, we can assume we know what he was doing.
Yeah.
And she was confused and perplexed. She had no idea what was going on, and I just to hear her, you can hear the strangulation, and then you can hear her gasp later on as she is um, I don't know because I'm not a doctor. I don't know how she can be
Yeah.
revived
Yeah.
from that, and he's clearly not reviving her, as far as I know.
No,
As
no,
far as I
he
know.
continues to inflict more pain on her,
Yeah.
and then gets angry because she's crying.
She won't shut up.
Yeah,
That's what he said. Shut up.
I mean multiple times.
Do you want me to stop and come back there
and hurt you more
and
than
hurt you more?
or worse?
Yeah, yeah. No,
This guy is a sadist. He is sadistic. He is so sadistic. This guy does not have a mental illness. He's just a sadist. You don't have to be mentally ill to be a sadist. That is not even a mental illness. He's just a sadistic piece of crap. This is something that he fantasized about. I even wonder, is this the first time he's done it? That's what I wonder. It doesn't even seem like this is his first time. He seems so comfortable with it, right? Am I the only one that thinks this way? It's almost like he was just so comfortable. He's singing along to Christmas carols. It's almost like he knows how to do this already. I wouldn't be surprised if this is not his first time. I would not be surprised. Yes, Julie, he is the devil. The devil himself. This is how. This guy has shit for brains. Is his life I don't get it. Like his life is just so absolutely pathetic. Uh why? Why?
It is, it is deliberate, it is premeditated, it is calculated, it is, there's no confusion about it. He froze and panicked. No, he did not freeze and panic. No, not at all.
No, this is evil on a level that's just painful to listen to. Well, we're gonna take a break for about a half an hour. We understand that court is going to resume at 1 o'clock, and
Yeah, it's a different type of evil that is so hard to listen to. It's really, really hard. It's unimaginable. It's unimaginable. This is this is something else. Wow. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Oh my god. The let's see where the other one is at. Oh, here it is. Okay. Great state of Texas. Okay, so they should be coming back here soon, right? What time is it in Texas? I thought are they not supposed to be back? All right. I'm going to be here, you guys. I'm going to be here probably until the trial ends. And so yeah, if you guys want to hang out with me, please, obviously feel free feel free to hang out. But yeah, we're going to be watching this together once they reconvene here. Um, we'll be watching, but I'm gonna be live. I'm gonna stay live this entire time. And of course, I'll be popping in and out and, giving my commentary here and there. But I do want to keep watching some more just information. And so I'll definitely be doing that. And at the same time, I do have a video for you guys. So I'm also editing videos for you. Oh, they're an hour ahead of us, Rox. Okay, so it's 3:48 there. Okay. All right. So then yeah, they'll be back in about another maybe half an hour or something. So yeah, so it'll be on. I'm going to just kind of be like doing my thing. I'm gonna keep editing because I am editing videos for you guys, but I do also want to be listening to this and watching with you all. So yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Rocks when you said why. Why? I couldn't help but think of Kessinger's. Why? Yes. They were so little. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. It's not just unfair to him. It's unfair to me. It's unfair to her. It's unfair to everybody. Oh man. You see, this is why we love Nicole. We don't love Nicole Kessinger. Let me back up, back up, rewind. This is why we like to talk about Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts because we can just laugh, right? It's just so difficult with this case. But yeah, this is why we love Nicole Kessinger and the Chris Watts rabbit hole because then at least we can roast them. This, however, it's unroastable because it just is. It's unroastable. I can't do it. You guys missed the medical examiner. I hear she was fantastic. Really? Oh, I did not hear about the medical examiner at all. It's very interesting though. Yeah, there's a lot of I've been reading here and there that a lot of what the defense is asking, these people are just basically unhinged. The Watts case is much older. Yes, yeah, Connie. I think there's also that aspect too. It's because it's much older. We've been talking about it for so long. We have all the evidence already out there. So I don't know. I really don't know how to explain it. Of course, they're both gross, right? They're both evil. But yeah, I think maybe it's a combination. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of the perpetrators and how stupid they were. There has been time that has passed, and so it just I don't know. As bad as it still is, it just doesn't. I don't know. It's not as recent, so it's just not as hard to talk about. If that makes sense. I don't really know how to explain this, you guys. I really don't. Ed Kemper is a good rabbit hole. Oh, yes. All serial killers. All of the serial killers. I have a book. Oh man. Okay, I can't bring it down cuz there's stuff here. But I do have a book. Oh, maybe I can. All right, here. All right, you see I'm just breaking things. All right, I have a book called Serial Killers. Here, I just want to remove my this is a skull. This is a skull that I got at can't remember. It was in California, but I was taking an anthropology class and there was one of these and I grabbed one. I grabbed one. It was when I was yeah, I was taking anthropology. I was also a geology. This is crazy, you guys. I was a geology tutor if you guys didn't know. I was a geology tutor. How many things does rocks have in common with Nicole Kessinger? Yeah, I was a geology tutor, but that's about it. I geology and I like to go outside. I do also like to camp. That's about it. But yeah, so this book is called Serial Killers and it talks about so many different kinds of serial killers. There's also a schizophrenic guy in here. And yeah, he was definitely found guilty of all his crimes. But yeah, I've read this book numerous times throughout my life. I started reading it when I was a kid, actually. I think I was like 13 or something. Maybe older. But yeah, I started reading this book and it's so crazy. It's really um what really got me into true crime is when I started reading about serial killers when I um yeah, when I had access to AOL, when I got access to the internet, dial up. Right, and I'm over here trying my best to learn about serial killers. I'm like, "Ooh, who's Ed Kemper?" And then my mom picks up the phone. She's like, "Hello? Hey, girl, what's up?" And then all of a sudden, my internet doesn't work anymore. And I'm like, "Oh, really? Why is my internet not working?" And then I hear my mom talking on the phone. So, of course, I'm angry at her because I'm like, "What? Did you not know I'm educating myself on serial killers? You decide to call your friend right now?" Right now, at this particular moment, I was just going down the Ed Kemper rabbit hole. Yeah, that's what happens when you grow up on dial up. You grow up on dial up, you're screwed. That's it. No one can use the phone. If someone calls, too bad. Oops. I guess whatever you were working on is not going to get saved. It's gone forever. Yeah, Ed Kemper was killing his grandparents and his mother, among others. Yeah, Ed Kemper. Ed Kemper is the serial killer. So the thing about Ed Kemper is that he has very high IQ. Very, very high IQ, very tall. He's something like I don't know, how tall is this guy? 6'9"? Humongous, humongous. But yeah, he murdered his mother. He cut her head off and then he buried her in the yard with her head facing up because Ed Kemper said, "Now my mother can look up at me." Right, it's so crazy. It is so crazy. Let's look at Ed Kemper. We're going down this rabbit hole now, you guys. You guys mentioned it, so now we're gonna go down the Ed Kemper rabbit hole. I just want to know how tall he is, but he has very, very high IQ, a very intelligent man. Too bad he didn't use it for anything good. He used it to murder. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, I was correct. Okay, yeah, he's 6'9". There he is. Yeah, he's 6'9". Look at that. 6'9", the guy. He's tall. He's huge. Huge. Edmund Kemper. Let's look at photos. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this photo here. Huge. Yeah, he went around murdering women and he also murdered his own grandparents and his mom. Psychopath. Complete psychopath. But yeah, anyway, yeah, if you guys are interested, yeah, go ahead and check out the book. Check out this book. It is called Serial Killers. It's called Serial Killers by Peter Vronsky. It's a good read, you guys. All right, but yeah, let's go ahead and get into this video. And yeah, I'll be popping here. I'm just gonna be here. I'm just gonna be here. I'm gonna be editing. But yeah, we're gonna be waiting for the trial to resume, and then once it resumes, we'll go ahead and watch it together. This is so creepy. Nothing is happening, but it's so creepy, isn't it? I wonder what's going through his tiny, pea-sized bird shit brain. Look at him. Yeah, he's smoking a cigarette. Who knows what kind of sadistic crap is going on in his mind? Yeah, this is December 1st, 2022, so he already murdered her. This is the day or two after. This is after, yes, this is after the kidnapping. He already murdered the child. He already murdered Athena Strand. So this video that we're watching right now is the video of him cleaning the van after the abduction. Yes, this is after the abduction. Yes, the video we're watching right now is of him afterwards. This is him after the murder. This is after the abduction. He's about to clean out the van. And we're learning about this case together, you guys. So yeah, any mistakes that we make, they're going to be corrected on the spot. Okay, on the spot. So yeah, and please correct me if I'm wrong for all of you who are very familiar with this case. Oh my God. The way he just opened the back like that and looks. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. So I just want to read the description. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Wow. Look at how thorough he's being. Guaranteed, this guy was gonna keep doing the same thing if he hadn't gotten caught. If she wasn't his first victim, he was planning on doing this again. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. This is sick. This is so sick. All right, I want to read the description of this video. At the bottom here it says he went to the gas station to clean up the vehicle after Athena's death, and it was all caught on camera. He also called his workplace and asked to be assigned the same truck the next day because he said that he had thrown up in it. Wow. This is probably the most cleaning he's ever done in his entire pathetic life. Look at this individual not even knowing. I'm just gonna go ahead and stop it real quick. I just wanted to say this. Isn't it so weird, right? That I mean, we go around life and we have no clue what the person next to us is capable of doing. It's so crazy to watch this footage, first time seeing it, and seeing this man just minding his own business. He's getting gas for himself, and he doesn't know that in the FedEx truck right next to him, there is a psycho pervert killer who is cleaning up all evidence from the child that he just murdered. Isn't that so weird and crazy to think about? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. This guy probably had no clue. He's just, well, of course he had no clue. It's not probably. He had no clue that this FedEx truck right next to him, there's a man literally cleaning up blood in it. A 7-year-old child. It is a scary world we live in. Trash Panda Mom. Yes, I assume everyone is a serial killer. That, yes. That's the best way to stay alive these days. It would have been a perfect way to stay alive in the 80s. I think everyone is a serial killer. We wouldn't have this book. We wouldn't have this book. But yeah, assume everyone is a danger. Assume that everyone is evil. Because, oh my God. And the thing is, it's a sad way to live, right? It's a sad world we live in where we have to think this way about others, right? Isn't that messed up? Why? Why do we have to believe that everyone is evil just for us to be safe? Why can't most people just be good? And that's the thing is I think that most of us have good intentions. But damn, when this keeps happening, what are you supposed to do? The best way is to think that everyone is a serial killer. Everyone is a danger. Just don't talk to anybody. Everyone is a danger. Stranger danger. Always, all the time. Anyway, let's continue. This guy is an absolute moron. This guy is such an idiot. He's doing all of this in front of the camera. Why? Did he really not think he was going to get caught? Did he really think he wasn't going to get caught? I mean, come on. Look at all he's doing. He did tell his employer though. He called the workplace and he said that he had thrown up in the truck. And so I'm assuming that this is probably part of it. That's probably why he didn't care that there was a camera watching him the whole time, because he told his workplace that he was cleaning up throw up, right? Vomit, which is not true, but you can't really tell what he's doing. He's cleaning up, but what is he cleaning up? And so I wonder if this is why he didn't really care that this was happening and that he was being filmed the whole time. Because it's weird, isn't it? He's very nonchalant about it. And I think that's what gives me the impression that he was going to keep doing this. It's almost as though he's testing to see how much he can get away with, to see how many times he can request the same truck, how many times FedEx is going to give him the same truck. And I think that he was going to keep doing this. You get away with it once, you can probably get away with it again, right? This is what he was testing. He was even doing it in front of the camera to see how much he can get away with. That is scary to think about. That is so scary.
we turn on the freaking, what's it called?
Oh, wait, did you eat that hamburger today?
Yeah.
Oh, it came up fast.
No, I ate it for lunch today.
Okay. Well, are you on your way home?
I'm on my way back to the station.
Okay. Well, I need for you to stop at, I have some free book paper.
Day 3 for the day.
Okay, last thing I heard was toilet paper. What?
Yeah. Albertson. They don't say.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
No guilt whatsoever. Wow. There's zero remorse. I mean, the entire time. He really is cleaning. He's cleaning like he just spilled something. He's cleaning like, "Oh, I just spilled something. It's okay. I spilled my Starbucks in the back." Look at his face. Oh my god.
Tomorrow, because it kind of smells like barf in here. I guess I just ate.
He's watching himself this whole time. He doesn't even there's zero remorse. Sick, disgusting, despicable, evil POS.
Giving a heads up, I would give me the same truck tomorrow, because it kind of smells like barf in here. I guess I just ate something bad earlier. But I kind of threw up in the back of the truck, which I'm still good to work tomorrow, don't worry.
paper towels and some sanitizer spray.
Well, see what you can do quickly to clean it up. And I'll let Chase know.
Oh, no, I mean, I already cleaned it up. I just got done cleaning it up.
All right, we'll bring something tomorrow to kind of spray it down, but yeah, we'll get you back in that truck.
Yeah, it smells bad. I got rid of the throw up. I couldn't get rid of the smell.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I hope you're feeling better.
Oh, no, after I threw up, I felt a lot better. I was feeling a little bit nauseous all day. But
Well,
clearly I've got rid of whatever it was.
I appreciate you knocking out the route.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I can deal with being nauseous.
All right, man. Well, you'll get a good night's sleep, and we got a big day tomorrow. So,
I know, like, I figured out what it's looking like.
I don't. I'm getting ready to call Chase and see. I'm gonna let him know. I can let you know as well. I'll text you back.
All right.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, you too.
All right, thanks, Tanner.
Hey, just let you know, I wasn't able to tell you earlier because I was trying to go get some cleaning supplies. Had a lot of, but I kind of threw up in the back of the truck. I threw up in the back of the truck. So there's this one single gas station that's out where I work, right? And they have this little cafe on the inside. I ate a hamburger for lunch. You know, and there's a little bit pink in the middle, but you know, normally that's not that big of a deal. I eat burgers like that from restaurants all the time. But I've been feeling nauseous for the last few hours. And I finally just blew it. Oh no, I actually feel a lot better.
Oh my God. Wow. I'm just letting it play because I cannot believe the audacity of this creep. Very clearly, he thinks he's going to get away with it. Look at the way he's talking about it. He's making up these lies. Yeah, I puked in the back seat. You know, I'm sick. I feel so much better now, though. Oh, I have no problem finishing the route. I was just a little sick. As long as I throw up, I'll be okay. The route is no problem. Wow. He thought about this. He thought about his alibi. He thought about the lie that he was going to tell. Look at how he's calling people. He's already making sure that he has his lies squared away. Very far in advance. He knows what he's doing. Obviously, very premeditated. Very, very premeditated. He's already figuring out, oh, I need to call these people. Let them know that that's why there is sanitizer in the back. And then the way that he does it, too. The way he does it, it really does. If you just watch this by yourself, you do believe him. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I just want to keep the truck for another day. I puked in it. You do actually believe it because he's that believable, because he's a psychopath. He's a psychopath. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Right? Look at his eyes. He has eyes of a demon. That's what he has. He has eyes of a demon. He's about to smoke again. He's about to smoke again. And this entire time, just telling a lie. So easy for him to just lie like this. This is scary. These are the monsters that walk among us. These people Okay, these people, very normal, everyday humans. I've said it before in the past in so many of my videos and my live streams. We are conditioned to believe that it's going to be some monster looking person in the alleyway in the darkness, lurking. Hello, where are you? But no, it's not a monster or a creep, or it is a creep, but it's not a monster or some type of, like animal looking thing. No, it's an average human man. He's an average human man. Look at him. He's a taxpayer, just like the rest of us. He's working, right? We would consider him a hardworking middle class American. This hardworking middle class American is a psychopathic killer, and he would have been a serial killer had he not gotten caught. In my opinion, I can't tell the future, but I think we can tell, right? I think we can tell very clearly he's trying to get away with it. He's trying to see if I get away with this one, I might be able to get away with the next one. Yes, McCrulley. Yes. The answer is yes. And I think that's why it's just so disgusting on so many levels. There's that added there's just that added sadism to it, right? Is that this man killed this girl for what? A few minutes of power? For a few minutes of what? Gratification? 1 hour. He tortured her for an hour. And he did all of that for his own sick personal gratification. He tortured a child so that he can get off. That is so fucking disgusting on so many levels. And I think that is why it is so hard to talk about this case. It's the motive, the reason that he did it is so that he could torture her, so that he can get a little dopamine fix. That is unbelievably evil. That is evil. Oh my God. Oh. All right, let's keep watching. This is just yes, an hour, a whole hour. And at the same time I'm watching to see if the trial is going to come back. It says notify me. Oh, are we done then? Oh. They're not coming back. Oh, darn it. Okay, they're not coming back. It looks like they've taken a break for the rest of the day. So they're going to come back tomorrow at 8 a.m. All right, great. Here it is. So they said that we're going to come back from a break, but they never came back. Okay. I guess I have to get a little better at tracking these trials. I just have to get I have to get a little better at tracking these trials so that I know when they're on so that we can watch them together from the beginning. But yeah, it looks like tomorrow it's going to they're going to resume day 14 of the murder trial. So yeah, let's just go ahead and finish this and continue going down some of the details, awful, very, very awful and gruesome details of this case. And again, I don't blame you if you are not able to watch. I don't. I really don't. And like I said in the beginning of this, I mostly I'm here because I want to discuss it with you all. Some of you have brought it up, and I just don't want to do this alone. I really don't. I really don't. I don't want to have to go through this case by myself because it's too gross that I can't handle it by myself.
About 15 minutes. When you called me, I was literally in Love's lane.
Wow, wow, wow. There we have it. We watched him clean out the back of the truck. I've never seen this video before. It was hard to watch, but I will admit it was not as hard as the other video that we watched earlier. The description of what happened, it was is way too much. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. But there we have it. We have him cleaning out his truck and then calling his coworkers or his workplace to try and keep the truck.
Then your previous objections remain overruled and states exhibits 53 through 8.
Here we have another video. This is another video. This is disturbing crime scene photos revealed in 7-year-old's murder trial. Okay, it looks like there's lots of photos here. Um, I just want to read through the description before we go through the photos. I don't want to be too triggered here. FBI evidence responds to leader Kurt DeRoss walked the jury through crime scene entry photos taken at the residence of Tanner Horner during the investigation into 7-year-old Athena Strand. DeRoss identified key structures of the property, including a shed where the defendant lived and stored another storage building and another storage building, and noted that children's clothing was found near the shed area. Wow. Okay. So he lived in mess. He lived in a pigsty of his own making. He's a pig. Right? The video we just watched of him cleaning up the crime scene is the most cleaning he's ever done. He's disgusting. He's a slob, apparently. All right, let's go ahead and watch this this video. There aren't I did want to make sure that there's no graphic content or any graphic photos or images in this before I play it. I just want to make sure. Okay. It doesn't look like it. Okay, let's go ahead and do this together.
82 are admitted. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
What is that?
All right. We're talking about how one of the first things you do is do a walkthrough, and then you do, I guess, what we call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that what these photos that we're going to be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken, because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This is.
We're at 50.
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay.
I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
And now I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was, I assume, living. There's a bed in there, and that's where his clothes were.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 57, what do we see in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living. And then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building. And then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the child's clothing.
So States Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer-up view to that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
So did he keep trophies? Is that what he's doing? Did he keep the clothing as a trophy for him to remember back on what he did? He kept evidence. This is like a trophy so that he can remember, so that he can relive the experience. Look at the dump that he lived in. Oh my God, this is disgusting. My parents are hoarders, by the way. My parents love to hoard trash. But they threw away all of my valuable things. They threw away my Pokemon cards, if y'all can believe that. I had an entire collection of Pokemon cards that I collected when I was a child that now would be worth thousands of dollars. They threw it out. They threw out my Sega Genesis. But what do they keep? They like to keep trash. My dad found, this was a long time ago, of course. My dad found a bicycle on the side of the road. He found a bike. It was completely trashed. It's garbage. He can't fix it. He doesn't know how to fix anything. But he saw it on the side of the road and he's like, oh, that's a cool bike. I can fix that. Yeah, let me bring it home. And then it ended up in the backyard. And then he saw another bike and he's like, I like that bike. I think I can fix it. And then he brings it home and he puts it in the backyard. Trash. That's what they like to collect. But when it comes to valuables, like collectibles, like Pokemon cards that their children collected, oh, that's trash. Who needs this crap? Throw it out. That's stuff that my children like. Oh, whatever. Throw it out. It's not important. Who cares? So seeing a dump like this, it seems like he's a hoarder. It does remind me a lot of my backyard growing up, though. It really does. It reminds me a lot of my parents' backyard. Oh, Helen. My folks did the same. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is what parents do. Some of our parents like to hoard trash and throw out all the valuables. But yeah, look at this. It's a mess. This guy definitely did not have his life together. And it seems that all he ever thought about was how he can get a little dopamine fix by murdering children.
I mean, there's items, trash, looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front on view of that shed.
And States Exhibit 59?
Similar, just a closer up version of that.
And is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do that?
Yeah, for evidence.
Does that say dream at the top? This says dream. Look at this mess.
That's absolutely, but even for our entry photos, if we decide sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so, yeah, different angles is pretty common.
This is States Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing as States Exhibit 61.
Same thing. So she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
And States Exhibit 62.
Similar. So she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed, and
So she's kind of right at the door frame now.
yeah.
Okay. All right, now States Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more of the left side of the shed compared
Correct.
to the
Yeah, as you
this
walk
on
in the
right?
door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos, so this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray was not done by your search.
No, this is before we've done any searching.
And States Exhibit 64.
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get, from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Okay. And States Exhibit 65.
Yeah, how do you even find anything in here? This is a mess. The whole ground, right? The whole floor of this shed is completely covered in trash. Oh, Gary, I'm so sorry to hear that. I totally feel you. The garbage pail kids. I love that collection. Yeah, my mom threw it out too. Yeah, I totally forgot about that collection. Yeah, what's up with our parents throwing out all of our valuables? But yeah, this is insanity. God, what a mess. It looks like he just eats and then just throws the trash wherever it lands. He's like, I don't have to pick up. Whatever. No one has to pick up after me. I'm not gonna pick up after myself. So he just throws everything in the ground. Wow.
So similar now, she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
In States Exhibit 66.
Same thing. Now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place. Yeah.
Now, States Exhibit 66.
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like we said, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get it in place, picture of it. And, in this case, there's some children's toys, there's, Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there, so she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box is the game console.
Is that a pizza box?
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Is this Mr. Potato Head at the very top? This looks like Mr. Potato Head. Look, there's a toy down here. There's a pizza box, a toy, a pizza box, and an Xbox at the very top. And then there's a drawing or a painting of Mr. Potato Head. What's up with that? Why are there kids' toys? Oh my God. Why does he have kids' toys? Is this the first victim? Is this his first victim? Do we know for sure that he doesn't have any other victims that we should be looking into? Because this is some predator shit. This is how you lure children with games, with Mr. Potato Head, with candy. Oh, okay. He had a little boy? He has a son? No. How old is his son now? Is his son okay? This is so despicable. If he's able to do that to a little girl that he doesn't know, what else is he doing? I hope he didn't have custody of his son. I hope so either. That is scary as hell. He has a son. Oh my God. I did not expect that. He's a father? I did not expect this at all. I had no idea he has a child. No clue. Wow. This guy's a monster. He is demon.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, the inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
Hold up. Julie says he had the gall to ask law enforcement to let him go home for Christmas to be with his son. The audacity to ask to go home to spend Christmas with his son. Meanwhile, he's taking the lives of other children that can't spend Christmas with their parents anymore. Holy shit. Wow. That's audacity. That is the definition of gall and audacity to ask, is it okay if I take off to spend Christmas with my son? He's still around. The gall of this piece of shit to ask something like this. Oh my God. The more I learn about this, one, the sicker I feel, and the more I hate this guy. The more I hate him. He's despicable. Burn him at the stake.
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days, and probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. It smelled pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle. So what are we looking at here?
So this is, now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, she's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she would be taking pictures, and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
And States Exhibit 69.
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at States Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed,
Okay.
in that building.
Look at that landslide of trash. It's a landslide. Oh my God. Look at how much trash. It's like up to the wall. It looks like. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know if... is that what I'm seeing? What do you guys see? Please correct me if I'm wrong. But it looks like he has a whole pile of just trash on the side, right next to the shed. Wow. Oh my God. Liberal cat lady. Yes, it's like the man here in Tucson who left his daughter in the hot car. Yes, are you talking about that guy? That guy that also he left his daughter in the hot car because he was too busy watching, I don't know. I think we know, right? Corn, not the type that you eat. But yeah, apparently I don't know, he was allowed to go to Hawaii and he ended up unaliving himself, and so justice was never served. He unalived himself. He was a coward. Absolute coward. Wow. I don't believe in the death penalty with the exception of child killers. Yes, Julia, yes. I completely agree with you. I am not one to advocate for the death penalty, except when it comes to harming children. And yeah, children and vulnerable people and vulnerable animals. I would go ahead and push it a bit further. I'd say the death penalty for anybody who harms innocent animals as well. Because you really do have to be really sadistic and just messed up in the head to see a child or an animal that loves unconditionally and you wanting to harm it. There's something really deeply wrong with you. And so I think it is the only time that I would advocate for the death penalty is when you harm children and animals because they don't do anything. They have never done anything to anyone. They are innocent beings. They're innocent. They're vulnerable. They depend on us to protect them. Who else is going to protect them if not the adults? They can't protect themselves. Oh, this is unbelievable. I think we should be able to take law into our hands in cases like this. No trial needed. Yeah. Vigilante justice. No, YouTube. I I gotta remember where I'm at, right? I gotta remember where I'm at. But I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree. I totally agree. I need to remember that I'm on this platform. But yeah, totally, totally. Kudos. Yes, 100%. I think you know what I want to say, but I can't say it. Yeah. These people cannot be rehabilitated. Exactly. I don't think so. There's no way you can't rehabilitate a psychopath. Especially this guy. He very clearly was trying to get away with it so that he can keep doing it. This is not the case of, let's go ahead and throw Chris Watts in there, right? Just because this is what we know. We've been talking about it forever. Chris Watts, his motive was a mistress. Of course, vile, disgusting. You're going to murder your family for a mistress. I mean, come on, right? But the thing is, Chris Watts had this mistress and then he annihilated because he wanted to be with his mistress. And so is there a chance maybe that Chris was going to continue annihilating his family to be with other mistresses in the future? Very unlikely, right? I think if you guys understand my gist, it's very unlikely that, Chris Watts was going to be a serial killer. He had a motive, and the motive was Nicole Kessinger, and that was it. But in the case of this guy, his motive wasn't trying to be with someone else. So it's not like he was going to kill that one time and then not kill ever again. It does seem like this guy was doing it for his own personal pleasure, for his own gratification. That is a different level of sadism. You can't fix that because he's selfish. He's doing these things because he gets gratification from it. There's a little moment of pleasure, and then he disposes of the victim, and then he wants that pleasure again. And so this is what we're seeing with this type of criminal here, this murderer, is that he's not the kind that can be rehabilitated because he is the type of man that will continue to offend. He's a reoffender. You can't rehabilitate anybody like this because he's doing it for his own gratification. And again, it's not different from Chris Watts. He also did it for his own gratification. But again, it was that one time he met Nicole Kessinger, he murdered his family, and the likelihood that he was going to murder her, it's very unlikely in my opinion. But this guy is a serial killer, serial killer and a serial rapist. Disgusting, disgusting. And I totally agree with what you guys were saying that I very quickly, I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. But you guys know what I mean.
And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead center, a little bit bottom of center. There is what looks to be like a little sock. Yeah. So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, looks like maybe a cigarette package there?
What? There's a sock? This guy absolutely did this before, in my opinion. He's way too calm. I think so too. Yeah, yeah. Yes, Julie, we catch the ball you're throwing. Yes. You're picking up what I'm putting down, right? Yes. Yeah, you guys get me. But isn't this crazy? I wonder how much more stuff was hidden in there that we don't even know about. Oh my God. Oh no. Wow, he just threw everything on the side. He just didn't even care.
To the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point they were just, it seemed like whoever, whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property, were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that, you can see down in the bottom of this picture, what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building. You could see, if you move up to number 2, that's looks to be child's underwear, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And so kind of for orientation purposes, can you see that count? So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that trash pile, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
How
It looks like there's a little tent there.
disrespectful. Ugh. Oh my God. I'm sure his clothes had DNA in them. That's why he wanted to get rid of them. Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't wash this. He couldn't clean this up. That's why he's trying to stuff it all in his trash, in his pile of trash. He lived in the pigsty. I bet he was a Gigi Allen fan. Yes, I agree, Gary. If y'all don't know who Gigi Allen is, look him up. This is so unbelievable. The details of this case are so gruesome.
Can you explain what that is and why y'all do that?
So
This is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place.
Wait a minute. Did I just read that correctly? The little pop-up that just came up right here, it said killer trades Christmas for confession? Is that really what happened for all of you who know about this case? Did that really happen? Did he trade going to spend time with his son for Christmas? Or what is it? Oh God, what am I even trying to say? Did he give the confession in return for him spending time with his son during Christmas? Was that the deal that they made? Is that what happened? God. Holy shit. Wow. Could you imagine? Oh, I'll confess as long as you let me go spend time with my family for Christmas. Is that what happened here? That's what I just read that popped up. I do want to finish this though because we have a lot of things here to go through. I'm going to skip through this little part here, but I do want to see all of the oh my god. I want to see all of the photos with you all so that we can uncover this together and so that we can move forward with the trial as well and have a better idea of what we're seeing and the details of this case.
Photograph, so that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it, and then we take a medium shot of it, so that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tints.
All right, Raven Angel says he tried to make that deal, but they didn't let him out. Oh, good. Good. There's another video here right next to mine that says disturbing footage. Killer personally leads the police to the 7-year-old. It's a 22-minute video, so we're also going to watch that one. Wow.
And then we do a close-up in place as well. And so since this will be item number 1, the tent suggested it's item number 1, and it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
States Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale as our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
Okay. And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And good, thanks.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
Right. Yeah. So once y'all do that, you scale it, you put, I think it's that number 1. Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is, in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature. Yeah.
Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on the approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yeah. This is our packaging and our labeling style. And this would have been one of our evidence items, number 1.
And what was in evidence item number 1?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on ground.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on States Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
And are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number, we put the address, and then we have two initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence tape, yes.
And are there any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these two labels might be, lots of times, the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it, so it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
Examined, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
Sure.
needs to be looked at.
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's
Wow.
Computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensics on our
No.
side. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 83. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all three, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs on that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do.
Wow. That he made her take off. Yes. Whew. This is so hard to watch. This is hard. I am oh. I'm struggling to get through this. He just dumped her clothes. Disposed of her in the river. Like trash. For what? For an hour of sadistic gratification. Mm-mm, mm-mm. He deserves the death penalty.
Marked as State's Exhibit 76. And what are we looking at here?
So in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at and everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3, took photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a description? Did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate, the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item, so it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as States Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant.
This is so heartbreaking. This is so absolutely heartbreaking. Again, how can anyone in their right mind do this to a child? I don't understand this. I don't get it. It makes me so angry. Oh, we need to throw the book at him. When is this trial over? We're in day 13, right? Yeah, we are in day 13 of this trial. And every day it seems that they keep releasing more and more details, and every single time it's worse. The last detail is worse. The next one is worse than the last one. It's just like every single day we learn more about it, and we realize that this guy is a demon. He is the devil himself. May 5th. Oh, thank you, Tootsie Pop. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tootsie. You know so much about this case. Thank you so much for all the knowledge and for all the information. Yeah, like I said, if you're just now joining the live stream, we are learning about this case together. I am learning about it. It is the trial is ongoing, and we're now getting all the details of this case. And so I just wanted to share it with you all because it is one of the biggest cases that is going on right now, apart from D4VD or whatever his name is. But yeah, this involves a 7-year-old child who was kidnapped and abused and murdered. And so, if this is your first time watching this with me, thank you for being here. It is a hard one. I will say it's a hard topic. It is a hard and a very dark case to discuss. Um, I'm still myself. I do still try my very best to try and make it as light as I possibly can, bring some levity to this. But unfortunately, at this point, it's impossible for me to do that. I'm learning this as I go, and I am appalled. And so we'll just all be appalled together. But yeah, thank you so much, Tootsie. Let's continue.
To see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also note when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg, so looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just
in
by
the
itself,
yard,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Even that detail, right? Even that very small, it seems small, but it's not really. The fact that the sock was still in the pant, rolled up in there. Even that detail, you know, because it tells you what he did to her. I don't even want to say it. I think you know exactly where I'm going with this. You know, the sock, there's one sock that was found right next to the shed, and then this other sock was rolled up in the pant leg. So there was force.
I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this one?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and
We're now showing on the screen what's been admitted as States Exhibit 80. And what are we looking at here?
so this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed. That we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it'd be item number 4.
And it looks like States Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take this specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the jacket that he was wearing on the day that he had abducted her?
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4. Same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx found on bed in shed.
Other than the labeling of the ceiling from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the Wise County label and the marks from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the State Office of Evidence, States Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Notes are overruled and States Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge. Now showing you what has been admitted as States Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that he might have been wearing a hoodie as well, so we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have a number on it?
It does, number 5.
This
Your
is
Honor,
his hoodie?
Yes.
This is his hoodie, correct?
Now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm going to have Mr. Barry here. Can you zoom in on what's been admitted as States Exhibit 82? And does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes,
So does that match the item that's listed in that bag?
it does.
And other than the any type of resealing or labels from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are overruled. States Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and that's it. That's the end of this video here. It's over. Wow. Just even looking through these photos. All right, this is his jacket. So they took his jacket and then his FedEx uniform that he just threw on the bed, mind you, Mary. He just gets home from work and he's like, "I'm so lazy and disgusting. I'm just going to take off my shirt, throw it outside right next to the dump, right next to the raccoons going through the trash, next to the shed." I wonder if he gives his clothing to all the raccoons to do his laundry. He definitely looks like he smells bad. He's definitely a smelly pervert. Okay. This is the last video I want to watch with you all. So unfortunately, originally this whole live stream was supposed to be us watching the actual um what is it, the speech pathologist, but they went away. So they're going to come back tomorrow, and that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, since they're gone and the trial is gonna resume tomorrow, I just want to go ahead and watch another video with you all together. This is the video of. Here we go. I'm just gonna scroll down. It says disturbing footage. Killer personally leads police to the 7-year-old's body. Okay, and so here it says after the hours of questioning, Tanner Horner finally led investigators to Bobo's Crossing, revealing the location of 7-year-old Athena's body. He admitted to dragging her from his truck about 100 feet over rough terrain and placing her face down in the creek where she was found, nude. The investigators secured the scene for crime scene teams, documenting Tanner's movements and body's exact location. Persistent law enforcement tactics and strategic questioning were key to uncovering the truth. Let's go ahead and watch this video. It's 22 minutes, but it is the video of this disgusting piece of crap telling the police where to find the body.
I bet.
I would have slapped that cigarette out of his stupid face. I would have slapped it right out of him. Or stuff it into his mouth. Make it go all the way to the back of his throat. Ugh. Of course, after he shows me where he disposed of his victim, after he disposed of Athena, then I'll slap it out of his face and then shove it in the back of his throat. Those police officers are patient.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Well, just smoking the face, or if you have to get out and do it. Me and one of the managers.
I mean, what's gonna hurt really? It's a metal truck. I mean, are these fabric or are they vinyl?
I think about it. Like me, I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago. And I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs because a friend of mine
had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Yeah.
That kind of stuck with me, so kind of.
Well, they said there's more chemicals in vape stuff than nicotine.
Is the fact that they're allowing him to smoke. Why is he even smoking? Look at how chill he is. Yeah, I'll let you know where everybody is. Can you get me another menthol, please? Yeah. You have a light? Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Put it right here, right in my ear. Yeah, put another one over here. Is it menthol? Okay. If it's not menthol, then I don't want it. All right. So nonchalant. So nonchalant. So chill. I don't know why they're allowing him to smoke. I would not allow him to smoke. Not at all. What is it for? To calm his anxiety? Why do I care? Why should we care that he wants to calm his anxiety? I would not give a shit to give him even a drink of water. I wouldn't even give him a drink of water. Nope, no way in hell. But yeah, look at how calm he is. This is so absolutely disgusting. It's almost like he wanted to get caught. It's so strange. This is such a strange case, y'all. This is so weird. Unfortunately, they always let the child killer smoke. Ugh. I don't know why. It's just to let him relax, so he'll give him more. Yeah, and I know. I get it. Even with the way that the detectives treated Chris Watts, I get it, right? If I had been Tammy, I would have slapped him right across the head. Right? Oh, Chris, everything's going to be okay. Ah! You'll hear it. It'll be because there's only a little bit of fur in between the scalp and the air that is going to blow right through when you smack them. So it's definitely going to make that loud clapping noise. But that's what I would have done. I guess that's why I'm not a detective. That's why I'm not CBI or FBI, because I would have slapped him. But that's how I feel about this guy too. And I do get it. I understand you have to approach them in a certain way. You have to be friendly with them so that they can let their guard down, so that they can feel comfortable telling you the truth. I get it. But it's just so hard. And that's why I keep saying these detectives, they have patience. That's patience. I would not have the patience to just see this disgusting piece of crap, disgusting waste of space, just leaning on the car like that, telling me where the body is as he's smoking. It would upset me so much. I don't think I could handle it. That's why I'm not a detective, you guys. That's why I'm not a detective. I can't handle it. Nope.
I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in nicotine, but they say it's like double what's in vape or vapes.
Well, with the vapes, really all it is vegetable glycerin, some nicotine, and flavor.
It smells good sometimes.
Like the juice I vape on is maple syrup flavored.
Ah.
It makes me crave pancakes.
Smell of syrup makes me crave pancakes and waffles. Man, find a good waffle, that's hard.
Well, I go to the city a lot. Waffle House is always a good time.
They're chocolate chip pancake waffles. They don't overdo the chocolate chips. So I used to get like a grilled chicken sandwich and a chocolate chip pancake waffle. That was good stuff right there.
See, I get the chocolate chip pancake waffle, but I also get an omelet and like 2 sides of hash browns. Woo.
I want an omelet and like 2 slices of hash browns. This is how he talks. I want an omelet and 2 slices of hash browns as my last meal. Before you put a meal roll in me. Because I deserve it. Because I'm a fucking piece of shit.
What's up with his voice? He sounds like a gremlin. Again, the audacity, right? The audacity. of him talking this way. He's laughing, he's giggling. Oh, yeah, oh my God. Let me tell you. Wow. He's so calm. He's so calm. Yeah, he would talk if they pulled off his fingernails. Yeah, I agree about the female voice. I thought that was a woman earlier when they played him calling FedEx. Yes, he does kind of have that voice, right? Right? He sounds like a like an older woman. It's weird. I don't know. But it doesn't though. It also does sound like he's just dumb. He just sounds like a really dumb guy.
I want my hash browns.
What do you want for your last meal, Tanner?
I want some hash browns and my menthols.
Mm-hmm. I would feed him menthols as his last meal. You're not getting any hash browns. You're gonna get a bunch of cigarettes flipped over in the grill. I don't know. I'll probably put a little bit of seasoning on it, maybe some ketchup, and then he can eat it that way. That's what I would feed him. That's just me, though. Let's continue.
I know.
Cheesy hash browns before you still.
Oh, cheese and with onions, and sometimes capped. Little monkey.
I can only have the onions if they're like caramelized. Otherwise, I'm like.
Too much freshness. Well, aren't you?
Yeah.
I got you.
Kind of. That's what this thing says.
I didn't used to eat onions until I got about 30 years old. And I started realizing I like the taste of onions, especially purple onions.
Surprisingly, though, they're actually not called purple onions. They're called red onions. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I know.
But it's definitely.
I still call them by what I see. I'm just that way. Yeah.
He seems all there to me. He seems all there. He seems very, very lucid. He knows exactly what he's saying. He sounds pretty smart, actually. So I don't know what the defense is trying over here, trying to make him, portraying him as this victim. Oh, he's autistic, right? They want to throw the autism card in there as if autism creates monsters. It doesn't. Okay, neurodivergency doesn't make you a murderer. But this is the thing. We're seeing the defense trying so hard to defend this piece of shit. And they're doing so by calling him autistic and a victim, and he has all this trauma. Yet we see him here, and he's standing, he's talking. Nothing is wrong with him. He seems so normal. He's just a typical psychopath.
Every time the Waffle House making me hungry. I'm a big boy. Somebody was talking about a patty melt earlier, and I'm like, yeah, Whataburger patty melt. I was like, what? Whataburger patty melt, some fries, and that strawberry shake.
Have you tried the Dr. Pepper shake?
Not too much of a fan, honestly. I like Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
See, I don't like regular Dr. Pepper, but I will drink the Dr. Pepper shake.
I mean, I like Dr. Pepper, but their shake just doesn't seem quite right to me for some reason. So, I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh man, I'm just thanking the Lord it's not 30 degrees right now. It's crazy though. Goes from 28 degrees to...
My conversations with God right now are a little bit different.
I do understand. This is not a great situation. I appreciate you being honest with us. So,
what happens if I get an attorney right now?
You get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right. But you're still going to go through the process of going to jail. You're still going to do all that. So, I'd like you to be honest with us and finish this out. I mean,
I've told you guys pretty much everything at this point.
Oh, I know you have.
I was going to grab the cigarettes and like light up another one.
Did he stick them in his pocket? You sure did. That dirty dog. Oh, I'm sorry. That dirty dog. It's not down here. Oh, you get. We got trustees that you can toss it down and swap it out. Because we got trustees that come out here and clean up, and they'll find it and they'll take care of it. Because
it still doesn't feel right.
I understand. So,
What the hell is this?
You know, the last time I was in handcuffs was like 4 years ago. First attempted suicide, that was
What'd you do to attempt suicide?
trying to hang myself.
What happened?
He should have. He should have. I don't give a shit. He should have. But now he's talking about the last time that he was in handcuffs. Oh, feel sorry for me. I tried to unalive myself. Here we go with the trauma. I read earlier, one of you guys said he has the same amount of trauma as NK. I guess he has to go talk to Hazel too. Apparently, I have so much trauma. Oh my God. Oh, please. I have zero empathy for him. Zero empathy. There's no empathy. Who can have empathy for this? Look at how he's talking. Again, zero remorse. I know I keep repeating myself, but we're watching him here. Zero remorse. We're still waiting for him to lead the police over. That's what we're watching. I'm kind of wondering, are we going to see that happen? But it looks like it is. So let's just hang in tight. Let's watch this together and see what happens.
I didn't tie a knot, I just kind of tied it around my neck and yeah. And then
Did you hang it from a door? Okay.
The door opened a little bit after I went unconscious and
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that.
yeah, I woke up with a big old fucking knot on my head when I hit the floor.
Sure, a big headache too.
I had like a constant headache. I'm like halfway convinced I had a tumor in my brain.
I mean, people have them sometimes, man. You ever get checked out?
No,
Tootsie, that makes sense. Thank you so much for your insight and all the information that you know. Tootsie says there were a few guys that got her out of the water. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Yeah, we don't know what we're waiting for. I don't really know what's going on here. They're just talking to him, but yeah, that does make sense. They probably pulled her out of the water, so they're just waiting to get more information. Who knows? But let's continue.
I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I have, like, random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack, like, a year ago. Like, that's...
I can't with how normal he is. Look at how normal he is. Okay, we've watched Chris Watts, and as stupid as Chris Watts is and the way he acts, you can still tell that he's shaken up. You can still tell Chris is shaken up. Whether he's obviously lying, he's hiding evidence, he's trying to throw the police off, but you can tell his body is giving him away. This guy though he's nothing like that. He is so calm. It's almost as if this is normal. Oh, it's normal. You guys caught me. Oh, oops. Damn, darn it. Too bad you guys caught me. There isn't a single bone in his body that feels guilt or remorse. Not even any fear for himself. This is a true psychopath we're seeing here. Obviously, Chris Watts is obviously also psychotic, but this is a next level. This is so extreme psychopathy, in my opinion. It does, yes. McRuly, yes. It really makes it takes out all these emotions from us. Like, I'm here having actual shakes. My stomach hurts. This whole time we've been learning all these details and I just feel sick to my stomach. And it's the details, but then it's also watching him is pissing me off. Watching him is really upsetting me because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's a monster.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, he was those too. Did he take him? Good. The other guy. No, he's good. You got the cigarette? I think I put him on track. Hang on. Hey Joe, taking your truck, right? You want my windshield camera mount? Oh, never mind, I'm not my truck, Jesus. I'm sorry. If I had my truck, I'd give it to you.
Oh my God, is he about to leave them?
Yeah. 5-star review, remember that. 5-star review.
I had 6, if I could give my 6 stars up.
It's free too.
Free.
How was my driving?
Not as bad as the cops report were.
Come on in. What do you take that, man?
I just hate it. I hate it. I know what the cops are doing, but I just hate it. I don't like them being this close and buddy-buddy with the murderer.
How was my driving?
Why are we laughing with a child killer and abuser? I get it. Okay, I do get it. They're trying to get him to open up, but still. Oh my God. It takes a special person to be able to do that and not have this visceral reaction, not want to punch him in the face. That's what I want to do. I want to punch him in the throat.
I got you, brother.
Just get that much, man. It's all right. Nice truck. Oh, it's all right. It gets from point A to point B.
You can slide that. I got plenty of room.
All right.
All right, so they are driving now. They're driving to the location.
Thank you.
Can you let the guys that are out there looking, let them know we're coming back out?
Yep. I'll let them know. Or I'll let our guys know.
Oliver, did you do the same? Because I think the old one was the one asking.
I can't believe this. Are they out of the, they're out of the car.
They make you wear Sundays? Yeah. Right now we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Late hours, back to work.
Oh yeah.
That's how he talks. Yeah. I want an omelet.
Roll that up. Oh, here you go. Oh. I was gonna roll that up for you. Oh, I was rolling it up for him. I don't mind the cold. Oh, yeah. Is it cold out there? Yeah, it's a little nippy. Cassie is waiting on my call to come pick me up from work. Yeah, what's the latest you usually call? About an hour ago. Okay. Well, let's just get this kind of thing behind us and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yeah, he did come up with an alter ego, supposedly, right? Zero. Zero is his alter ego. This psycho is claiming that he has alter egos, and one of his alter egos was the one that made him do this. He's watching way too many movies. He probably watched Split and he thought that he can do this. If you guys don't know the movie Split, it's that movie with that guy. He's a really good actor. I can't remember. James McAvoy. The movie Split. This one right here. Yeah, it's a guy that has multiple personalities and he becomes the beast. He has a lot of different personalities, and one of them is a child, one of them is like an older woman, another one is a psychopath. But it looks like this is what he was watching. He's watching way too many movies. He thinks that he can get away with this bullshit, saying that he has multiple personalities. It's just that I became zero. Yesterday I was 1, and the day before that I was -3. But today I'm 0. That is so ridiculous. What a stupid name for an alter ego in the first place. He's not even smart enough to come up with a better name than Zero. At least in the movie here, the really crazy one is called Beast. But he calls himself Zero. Loser. Loser is his alter ego. Loser squared is who he is in real life. He's so stupid. God. He definitely has very low IQ. Very, very low IQ. He's not intelligent whatsoever, but he's trying his best to get away with it. He's smart enough to be able to lie and make up stories about these alter egos and stuff, but he's not smart enough to make it believable. He's not smart enough to carry this narrative forward as something that he suffers from. Oh, I have ailments. My ailments are that I become zero randomly. I cough, I become zero. Come on. So ridiculous. Let's continue. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, Gary. I'm sure he's being housed in solitary confinement until the trial is over. Yeah. Yes. Which, yeah, please, let's keep him alive until the trial is over, right? He does need to be protected so that he can serve time, so that we can get justice, because either way, the other way would be an easy way out for him. It would just be too cowardly. So Definitely, we understand that he has to be protected. But it's just a weird feeling, right? It's the same with Chris Watts. We understand that he's where he deserves to be, but it's almost like not enough. It's not enough, right? I feel like it's not enough. He needs more. And then the fact that he's in solitary and he's getting letters from all of these women that find him attractive and they think he's some kind of celebrity. Yeah, it just seems like it's not enough. It's just not enough punishment for the severity of the crime. This is a child. The severity of the crime just doesn't match the punishment. It never really has, in my opinion.
Technically, I'm still employed with him.
So is that good money?
Yeah, I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing.
Oh, I didn't know it was that.
Yeah.
I thought it was big enough for the.
You think, right? But no, these years, they're still doing the whole 1099 thing, which I think is ridiculous.
Welcome, Crime Deep Dive. Welcome to the live stream.
Familiar where we're at now? We're just gonna hop on 51 south.
Not really. I don't know anything.
So this is right south of Decatur. You come in on 51, you're right south of Decatur. Do you not take 51 into your routes?
Not really.
No.
I mean, if I'm picking up stops off of another person, sometimes I'll take 51. Normally, I just cross over 51.
The thing about 51 too is it's very busy.
Okay, Tootsie says that he took them to the wrong place. So it looks like he took them to the wrong place the first time, and that's probably what's taking so long.
So where did you drive Uber at? Just around Fort Worth?
Yeah, Fort Worth. I tried to stay out of Dallas, but I know it was better money, so sometimes I would go to Dallas.
Keep me honest, Oliver, on is it 2351?
Sorry, what?
Which road are we going to?
We're gonna turn left on 114. Or go back to 4599.
Oh, I think they're approaching it.
We're gonna be crossing right where he showed us the bamboo.
Yeah. So we'll just turn left on 114, then we're on 51 again, and then 4599, you're right across the board.
What is it?
I think they're getting close.
You kind of recognize where we're at now, Tina?
Yeah, can you imagine being the guy that took her out of the water?
Your maps. Oh, never mind. No more messages.
What you trying to do?
I was was just trying to pull him in. It's alright. It's alright. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just wanted to kind of give him a visual as while we're doing it. Get you another cigarette too when we get out here. Roll the windows down, let you smoke. Does that sound good? Yes, sir.
Gary, 0, it's probably the amount of personality he has. Yes. He has 0 personality. His personality is already at negative, right? He's a negative 10 personality. So when he gets a personality, he becomes 0. Oh my god. Wow. This is what he came up with. I'm just gonna come up with another personality. Hopefully, I can get away with this crime. I'll just say that I'm 0. Maybe tomorrow I'll call myself XY squared. I don't know. This guy is even this entire drive. We can't really see anything, and he's kind of like talking here and there. We just hear in the background. We don't really know what he's saying, but he's driving, or he's not driving them. He's riding on the passenger side, and this is the night that she was taken out of the river. And we're watching this and we're hearing it, and it sounds like 2 friends hanging out. They're on their way to McDonald's for some late night dinner. It's so weird. So weird.
Tell me if you see something familiar, you recognize something. I'm trying to jog your memory here, okay? It was dark and dark. You were worked up, so.
Hey, Dan, was it dark when you tossed her in there?
Yes, sir.
Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the darkness could confuse you a little bit?
Nah, that's why that way we feel all the time. Like I said a couple times before, I literally stop and be in there sometimes.
I wish we could hear what he's saying. It's so hard to understand what he's saying.
Wait for it to be this bad, though.
It's actually about the right time.
You're gonna drive this way every day. They've done by now. 14's a different story.
What in the world? Yeah, I can't understand anything he's saying, but the detective is asking him, trying to refresh his memory, right? Or trying to get him to remember the exact location that he disposed of poor Athena's body. He put her face down in the river. Okay, face down in the river. They're driving him to the location. It's taking a while. We're trying to see where this is going to lead us. But yeah, the entire ride, he's just so chill. Hi, Tommy's girl. Welcome. The live stream started. It started a few hours ago, actually. I don't even. How long have I been on now? Oh my gosh, I've been on for almost 4 hours. I've been on for almost 4 hours. I just really wanted to hang out with you all and really talk about this case. At the time that I came on this live, the trial was going. So we're going to watch the trial tomorrow. but I just wanted to go over some of these details and looking into the gruesome crime that so many of you have suggested. So yeah, let's go ahead and continue.
So this is about the time, right? You're saying this is about the time you put her out here?
I think so, yeah.
Are they almost there? Are we there yet? I wonder if he's pretending not to know where he dropped her off. I wonder if he's acting stupid, or does he really not remember?
Well, I'm actually looking and driving, but it's just as bad. So. Just have to listen. It's alright, we'll do that. I appreciate that, dude.
What, was it back to you?
No, I was supposed to call. He doesn't give me a hard time. Everybody gives me a hard time, though. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to 114. Obviously, is this jogging your memory at all? Crossing the bridge, approaching 114. We're gonna take a left on 114. Right here, like we're less than a mile and a half from it. It just we run across this railroad crossing, and then it's 114.
They're approaching it. They are approaching it. Yeah, you guys, I've been on this live for 4 hours, and the whole time I have been drinking water. V-dub. You just reminded me that I haven't gone to the bathroom. Oh my goodness. I'm like, huh. I just realized my bladder is a little heavy. Oh my god. I had to be reminded. Thanks to VW Beep. Thank you so much for reminding me I haven't been to the bathroom. But yes, um to me, it sounds like he is not really ready to tell them where she is. I think that this is all BS. He's really pretending not to remember. You hear the detective talking to him and asking him, "Hey, we're about to turn here. Is it jogging your memory?" And he's like,
hash browns, omelets, menthols.
right? Those are the only words that are coming out of his face. But it does seem to me like he's not really ready to tell them. It's almost like he's playing a game. Let me know what you think. This is just how I'm perceiving this. Again, we can't see anything, as this is just what I'm hearing. But it almost sounds like he's getting pleasure out of playing this game of, oh, I don't really know. I don't really know. You tell me. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Turn right. Oh no, that's not it. Turn left. Oh, that's not where it's at either. Oh, we probably passed it. It was probably 3 exits behind. Can I get an omelet? It seems that way to me. You guys let me know. But it does really sound like that. Like he's getting joy out of playing with the detectives, messing with them, asking them, "Oh, is this really where it's at?" "No, I don't know." Even though the whole time he knew where he disposed of her body, how could he not? How could he not? He kept trophies of her. How could he not remember where he dropped her off? Especially if this is his first time doing this. And I would even argue that serial killers, here, I'm going to take this without dropping my skull. The only reason I don't is because it's glued to it. But serial killers seem to always remember exactly where they dispose of their victims. They keep it in their brain. They store it in the back of their head and they relive it whenever they have time. They bring the memory back because they enjoy it. So I'm not going to believe that he doesn't remember where he dropped her off. This is an act. All of this is an act. Let's continue.
It just that we were across this railroad crossing,
But I will be back.
and then it's 114. There's a couple of bridges here.
I'll just tell you guys, I'll be back. I'll be back. But yeah, let's keep watching.
You just saw that back way where they were. Yeah.
Never mind. I can definitely hold it. I can hold it until the end of the video. There it is. All right. Okay, guys, we watched a lot today. I've been live for 4 hours now. 4 whole hours we've been watching, going down this rabbit hole, Athena Strand. The trial is ongoing. Today was day 13 of the trial of Athena Strand, a 7-year-old girl who was kidnapped back in November of 2022 by a FedEx driver who was contracted by FedEx. He delivered a Christmas present to her, Barbies, and then kidnapped her, abducted her, put her in the back of his FedEx truck, and tortured her for an hour straight. So we just went down a bunch of different videos and looking through all of the details of this gruesome case. So that's all I have for you guys. Yeah, like I said when I first started this live stream, when I first came on, I was editing, I was doing other things, but at the same time I was listening to the trial. And so I wanted to hop on. I really wanted to talk about this with you all. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Sometimes I do feel just really weird, and you all kept me company while I digested a lot of this horrific details in this case. But I do really want to talk about it anyway because it's an important case. It's an important case, and although my commentary in this case is not going to have much laughter, right? Much humor or satire in it, I think it's still very important to talk about it, right? Because it's something that just keeps happening. It's something that keeps happening. I don't ever want to become desensitized to this kind of stuff, to this kind of evil. And so I do thank all of you for being here, for going down this journey and this rabbit hole with me. It is hard. It is really hard. I will say it is one of the darkest true crime cases that I've ever read, to be completely honest. But thank you so much for doing this with me. We will continue watching this. I think, like I said, it's very important. The trial will go live again tomorrow. And I'm wondering if they're going to call the same witness, or not the witness, sorry, if they're going to call the same expert on to speak, because earlier they had on a speech pathologist, and that is who the defense is trying to get to, I don't know, convince the jury or something that the guy is mental. Come on. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and watch that tomorrow. Thank you so much. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for keeping me company, keeping each other company. Thank you for going down this very sick, really sad case with me. But yeah, Thank you all so much. Thank you to my thank you so much to my moderators. A very special thanks to my members. Thank you so, so much. And thank you to all of my subscribers and all of my viewers. Yes, we will be doing this tomorrow. If you do want to go down this rabbit hole with me, because it's ongoing, I do want to be able to catch it live and be able to watch it with you all. Tootsie and others in the chat, you guys have so much information on this case. So I would absolutely love to go down this rabbit hole with you all and and go through it together. But yes, let me go pee now. Thanks, V-Dub. Yeah, let me go pee now, right? Because you see me shaking. I'm like, yeah, you guys, thank you so much for joining, right? I'm over here trying to hold it. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much. There will be a video out, okay? So yeah, just give me some, a little patience as I finish editing that. But yeah, thank you all so much. Please, please, please take care. Love you all. Thank you for joining. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.